All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Day 7. Yes, the final day of competition here in the Goode Waterski National Championships, the 79th edition of. Right, we've got some final divisions to take place, and not only in the trick event, but also in the jump event. We've got women's 5 tricks taken to the water very, very soon. Moving on to the one competitor in the Masters men, then we've got women's 1 tricks, men's 2 tricks to round off that particular discipline within tournament water skiing. And then we're going to go on to our final discipline. It will involve jump, featuring women's 7, women's 2, women's 1, and then our final grand finale is the men's 1 national jump championship. Good to have you on board. And for those of you wondering about the jump in last night, we did lose internet connectivity within 2 jumpers of the end last night. What we have done is we've taken the recording of both Dorian Llewellyn and Freddy Krueger and uploaded it to a separate playable clip on both this playlist, also on the slalom playlist, and also on its own separate playlist for the 2021 Morley US Open of water skiing. So at least 3 places on this channel here on USA Waterski or on Waterski Broadcasting, to where you can actually pick up on those last 6 jumps between Dorian Llewellyn and Freddy Krueger. All right then, folks, we're getting ready to go into some slalom skiing with Troy Zollner on the other webcast. You've got me for tricks and jump, and we'll be coming right back at you in just a few moments. This is the 2021 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here. multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Okay, we've got on the water, we've got Kimberly Pilcher in the women's 5 tricks, going with the 2 ski maneuvers. First of all, with surface O's right in the middle, and working away with the remainder of the tricks on her run. And I'm not too sure whether she's got anything more. It looks like she's about to pull the trigger on something, but unfortunately doesn't have any more tricks beyond the scope of what she just performed on pass number 1. So that's Kimberly Pilcher. We've got 5 competitors in this women's 5 tricks event, so thus all of them will end up on the podium. The skiers that we have afterwards consist of Connie Bergman, Rhonda Gassman, Mary Koenig, and Tristina Lindsay. In our entire tricking competition to end this national championship, we have 33 trickers, 5 of which are in this event, 1 in the Masters Men, 13 in Women's 1, and 14 in Men's 2. And then we would be done with the tricks event, and then we'll go headlong into the jumping discipline.
Over to 5, leading her opening pass here. Camille Tyler, your leader in this women's 2 slalom event.
All right, about to take a look at Kimberly Pilcher, pass number 2. Here we go, Kimberly Pilcher. Surface O. Oh, actually a surface 5. Now spins to the front and does the reverse surface 5. The officials do allow for a positional trick between 2 disjointed tricks, such as surface 5s. And they have eased up on the rules so far as what group of tricks can be performed next to each other. So way back in the day, it wasn't permissible to have 540-degree spins and 360-degree spins scored within the same pass or even the same performance, because they were within the same group of tricks. But now we've opened up that aspect of tricking to where skiers can actually perform surface spins in various directions and various degrees of rotation without any fear or restriction as to how many they can do. So the whole grouping thing has been set aside in that regard. And now we're going to bring Connie Bergmark. We've just seen some 2-ski tricking, and now we're going to bring our first competitor into the course with a 1 trick ski. This is Connie Bergmark, who has represented the United States on many occasions in the senior ranks. No doubt she would be in the frame for skiing in the next IWWF Senior World Championships, or even before that, towards the end of this season, could well be skiing in for the United States in the Pan American Waterski Championships among our senior competitors. That will take place a little bit later on the season in Chapala in Mexico. But good effort there for Connie Bergmark, standing up all the way on pass number 1, Waco, to get things up and running.
Stands up at 3, getting back to the wake, so that should be a complete 3 buoys for Camille
So
Tyler,
decent
leader.
effort there on pass number 1 with wake back-to-backs. Just keeping the flow going with the edging towards the front and the back. And a fantastic effort all the way throughout there for Connie Bergmark. Of course, when you get the opportunity, take a look at some of the tricky performances performed yesterday in the 2021 Morley US Open of Water Skiing with our archive of that live broadcast from last night, and see the likes of Pato Font ski to his win in that particular event, and also Janina Bonneman with her great performance as well. Janina Bonneman's performance once again breaking the European women's trick record with 10,180 points. So a fantastic performance there within the scope of the tricks discipline. And much like we saw last night, and indeed the days leading up to this particular event, the women's 5 trick, the trick skiers do have full scope of customizing their pull. They can choose the boat, they can choose the weight inside the boat, they can change the speed, they can have a buddy in the boat. The line, it can be altered to however they wish in terms of length. And a lot of other factors can be worked in to provide the best conditions for each one of our competitors. No two skiers are the same, but some good compound pass there, consisting of toe tricks, then line tricks, and then a few handle tricks in the end, just to fill in the remaining time in 20 seconds. Each of our competitors get 2 20-second passes to throw in as many tricks as possible. And the more difficult the trick, the higher the point value for each of those tricks.
30 miles per hour, 15 off, Anna Danute. She's coming in for the nerve-wracking pass number 1 here in the slalom event. It's a one-and-done event. You miss a buoy if you fall, your opportunity is done here in this slalom event.
Nice, good, solid effort there from the start through to the finish, and putting in all the tricks that she had to offer. That was Connie Bergmark. That boat made its way back to the dock, and here's our Mastercraft Pro Star with Rhonda Gassman working in, beautifully executed Waco, and then wrapping in for another Waco, taking a little bit of time to do both of those tricks. Spent time outside the course before the first, and actually spent a little bit of time inside the trick course preparing for the other. There's the wake back and the wake front, and cruising over to the wake, using the momentum from the swing on the outside of the wake to assist her with the execution of that move. So Rhonda Gassman, our third skier from last out in women's 5, to round off the competition in that particular division. I think we do have a couple of women's 5 jumpers a little bit later on in the competition, so there aren't going to be too many skiers between the trickers and the jumpers in women's 5. And we transition from each of our tricking events very, very quickly indeed. So 34 trickers left in these 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
Camille Tyler. Camille's got 3 at this next pass.
And good effort so far from Rhonda Gassman. I'm Tony Leifer, he's Troy Zollner.
The lead in this women's
Welcoming you back to live coverage of the action on the water in the Goode Waterski National Championships.
skiers out here today.
All right, the remaining skiers on the list after Rhonda Gassman are Mary Koenig and Tristina Lindsay.
Has that
Towards the end, we see skiers tricking better than 2,500 points, including Rhonda Gassman. 2,500 points on average, I'd have to say.
expect the scores to be higher and the rope length shorter. And the person at the end with the highest buoy count
All right, here we go.
at the 2021 Goode National Waterski Championship.
Rhonda Gassman with some surface fives thrown in for good measure.
And pass number 3, I believe this is 34.15.
Surface 5 back. And there was a surface 5 front, and continuing to go from one trick to the next. Foot in the back binding. She stands up both passes. She'll be happy with that, Rhonda Gassman. Could well see her go towards the top of the podium, but we're waiting on the trick scores for our competitors in women's 5, and I will endeavor to get those to you in just a few moments. Women's 5 trick-in taking place right now, and we're loading up the results. No scores available yet, but when they do become available, you can check up on them by going to waterskiresults.com. waterskiresults.com.
So already in this event, we've got a tie with our first 2 skiers between
So here we go.
Tyler. They both ran 3
We have got Mary Koenig approaching the course.
slalom skiing here. All
5 skiers
this women
in almost, it seems, as many minutes.
doing to follow
Here's Mary Koenig
so far, making
coming to us out of Florida.
competition
Performs the Waco to get
like it.
her effort well and truly underway. Keeping the handle down and just throwing the tip of the ski from one side to the other, although spending a little bit of more time than I'm used to seeing from her. There's the line back and line front, the wake line back, and not committing herself fully to that edge on that particular move. And Mary Koenig in the water, having fallen on that particular move, and we'll find out why in just a moment. But the tricks on the lead-up looked pretty smart and looked very well executed, including the wake back-to-back reverse. Then she worked her way towards the front, and then she slowed everything up after that attempt at the wake back. And there was the side and the line back, and tried a similar trick with the wake line back, and slid short of the wake, and we'll return right after this. right, so coming back with Mary Koenig on pass number 2. Waiting on the boat speed to be set at the predetermined speed. Each of our trick skiers fills out a sheet with details on how they want that boat to travel down the course in respect to the tricking buoys that you see, the green and red that she just passed. Also the boat speed that she would like to select, although the skiers do have a little bit more autonomy in that regard, to where they can actually alter the speed very, very slightly up or down if they feel that that level of customization is necessary when they get on top of the water on a different site. So that is Mary Koenig, and getting the toe strap off her foot. It does clamp down pretty tight on your feet and only loosens when you take the tension away from it. It's like one of those Chinese finger puzzle things. It gets tighter the more and more you struggle with it. But Mary Koenig, through the toe tricks, the only skier so far to feature a full pass over toes. Normally the efforts that we've seen up to this point have provided with some toe tricks to start and transition to other kinds of tricks to end. Mary Koenig demonstrated why she's one of the top competitors in the nation in women's 5 with the vast array of toe tricks that she has. Number 1 seed, this is Tristina Lindsay out of the great state of Texas. Throws the knee over and then continues to roll with the remaining tricks in her run. This is women's 5. And the very last skier, and Tristina Lindsay might have left the opportunity open for Mary Koenig to bust through and come through with a possible win. Mary Koenig was the 2nd seed, and Tristina Lindsay, as number 1 seed, has got a lot of catching up to do with the handle pass coming up with pass number 2. You look at the step moves here. Just having a little bit of difficulty bending her trailing leg. Then puts the foot in the back binding to continue on with the remaining tricks, which starts with a surface back-to-back. And then as she gets prepared for the reverse, getting a little bit stalled and hitched, and unfortunately will not continue on with that run. We will return right after this. Proceeding right along, a second and final 22nd pass and skiing behind the Mastercraft Pro Star. That is Tristina Lindsay working away with toe tricks. Keeping everything going. She did hand tricks for the first tricks. I suggested otherwise. My apologies there to Tristina. Toe wake front. A couple of toe sides and just working her way through nicely with the toe tricks, piling on the points. Indicates to the boat that she's done and she'll be taken to the dock. That is Tristina Lindsay, a nice little smile on her face, but I'm sure deep down she'll be a little bit disappointed with the effort that led to the fall on the early part of pass number 1. So, Tristina Lindsay skiing behind that Mastercraft towboat, and a big ups to Mastercraft. And all of our boat vendors, Malibu Response TXI, the Nautique Bike Aircraft, for providing us with the hardware necessary for us to perform this sport, not only at these national championships, but in all AWSA sanctioned tournaments across the nation on any given season. And good to see them involved. And in particular, Mastercraft, who recently, along with Action Water Sports, to celebrate the fact that Action Water Sports was the first Mastercraft dealership in the world, founded back in 1971, celebrating their 50th anniversary by auctioning off a Stars and Stripes boat, raising $151,000 for the St. Jude Children's Research Center. There is Eric Lee working his way skillfully from one trick to the next. Men's Masters tricks. This is the catch-all division for senior competitors, among the best in the nation to compete in, irrespective of age. As long as you're over 35 and you are good enough, you could possibly ski in the Men's Masters competition. Starting off with the Wake 5 front and working his way with the line tricks to get things up and running. There's the wake line back, the line front, the line back, and edging all the way to the front before he puts his foot in the back binding. Taking a little bit of time before he gets it settled, but I think he may not have gotten it settled all the way, because he doesn't always fall on something like this. Well, if he didn't fall on the wake back-to-back, but I was anticipating the fall that was to come afterwards, which was the one of the Wake 5s. There's a side slide, and actually did an inverted Waco, so kind of a throwaway trick there for Eric Lee. A Waco inverted off the wake. Now, I say inverted because a lot of competitors, whenever they attempt a wake trick, they normally spin in the same direction that they edge, but Eric Lee came off the wake, edging from right to left, and spun from left to right. So interesting to see that, and the few people that I see that actually perform that on a regular basis say that it actually aids in getting height off the top of the wake, and aids in the completion of the tricks, and keeping your axis over the ski. I certainly see the rationale behind that, but it is a little bit awkward for some people to perform the standard way of actually rotating in the same way as edging. But it's each to his own, each to his or her own in the tricks event, and as many options as the trick skiers have in terms of customizing their pole behind the boat of their choice, the buddy riding in the boat, line length, ski length, boat speed, boat path, boat weight. When it comes down to it, when you combine all those together, it provides for a highly customizable experience. And it's great to see a little bit of a renaissance in the tricks event. More and more competitors are picking the trick ski back up again, and finding it to be fun. And actually one of the main reasons is that at least one of our manufacturers has decided to build larger trick skis so that our senior competitors can slow the boat speed down and actually have more surface area to work with. I saw Jim Powell yesterday, our chief announcer for the Goode Waterski National Championships, compete on a 52-inch trick ski, and slowing the boat speed down even slower than what you see here from Eric Lee, and still able to perform a sufficiently high amount of tricks to score some decent points. And indeed, with that Goode trick ski, you can find out more about them by going to the Goode vendor tent, or looking up Goode online. Goodeskis.com is the place to go, and there you see Eric Lee going through his toe tricks, going with the surface turns before going into the toe wake back-to-back. Just rolling out the back a little bit, even at the beginning, and just trying to keep the toe foot over his front toe or as close to his standing leg as possible. They're rolling, starting to windmill a little bit out towards the back. And toe back and toe front. The reverse toe back and the reverse toe front. And now positioning himself for the remaining tricks on that run. That is Eric Lee. All right, Sydney Kenner is our next competitor to go. All right then, so we got Alison Henricks. Actually, this is Sydney Kenner. I do beg your pardon. This is Sydney coming in with a total average of a shade over 200 points. Oh, and going down very hard on those two ski tricks now. Now, whenever it comes to learning tricks, the recommendation is normally to go with two skis. Many people advocate whenever you learn how to trick it to just go straight onto one and kind of struggle a little bit as you work your way through the initial tricks. But in my mind, this is the way that you start learning tricks. You go on two skis and you learn how to spin and gain control over that very, very slippy piece of equipment out there. Then you look here with the 180 to the back. She actually tried a Surface 360, but you know, with a decent pair of skis and a good pair of bindings, anything is possible out there with two skis. And I kind of suspect that judging by the two brands that she's wearing, the Quantum on the right foot and the Kidder on the left foot, that she's actually going to go back into the course skiing on the single trick ski. I further suspect that she'll want to ski on a rather newer brand of trick ski. So she is right foot forward. Powers of detection are remarkable. So here we go. Our skier is now on top of the water, Sydney Kenner. And because she's on that one ski, the boat speed is going to be set up a little bit higher. It takes a little bit more speed to release surface tension from underneath that ski and make it feel light enough to actually turn with the side slides and 180s and all the other tricks that she may possibly have in store, which for some of our senior competitors is a little bit of a difficult proposition to work with. But as I mentioned before, at least one or two of the manufacturers out there, including Goode with their MK1, have built larger trick skis now, so the skiers don't have to set the boat speed higher than their true comfort zone. They can slow that puppy down, which allows the skiers to actually turn from one side to the next and do it effectively and under better control. Unfortunately, on more or less the same trick that she produced on two skis in pass number one, Sydney Kenner going down, but she'll have enjoyed her experience here at Water's Edge as part of the Women's One National Tricking Championship here at Water's Edge as part of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. I'm sure some of these competitors are already starting to make plans for the 80th Goode National Waterski Championships. That will take place in the Midwest as well. We'll be traveling over to Mays in Kansas, just a few miles outside of Wichita, for those national championships at Mystic Lakes. Given the opportunity, I'd certainly relish the prospect of traveling to Kansas. I've never been to that particular state before, And I'll tick off another one on my list should the opportunity present itself for yours truly. All right, then, here we go. This is Margaret Becker. Actually, Alison Henricks, I do beg your pardon. Seem to be moving one skier ahead than the actual list. I do beg your pardon. On the water, it is Alison Henricks. Averaging better than 599 points on average. Let's just say 600. And there you go, surface O's. To the back and to the front. Reverse to the back and to the front. And here we are in women's one skiing in the tricks event. And a lot of what you see in women's one is basically a carryover from their collegiate water skiing days. You'll find that that many of the women in this section of the competition are current collegiate water skiers, aged over 18. This division, women's one, is between 18 years of age and 25 inclusive. So our young ladies out there are doing a fine job out there on the water with the surface spins.
Make our way down to that top seed and find out who the 5 open spots are going to be in this women's team.
And certainly there have been initiatives within the American Water Ski Association working in concert with the NCWSA to increase participation within the sport of tournament water skiing. Some initiatives have prior to approval have included the waiving of membership fees or making membership fees as affordable as possible for a certain amount of time, so that skiers who initially learnt the intricacies of the sport at the collegiate level can continue to ski and participate at American Water Ski Association events beyond their eligibility in college. And great to see so many of those types of competitors staying with the sport. It's certainly a sport that thrives upon their continued participation, and also with investment in terms of boats and equipment and all that kind of stuff. And in respect to that, we're going to cut away to one of our sponsors, and we will return to the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
Experience the sport's evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Okay, and continuing to rock right along our skier on the water is, I believe, Margaret Becker. There she goes with her tricks. Margaret Becker averaging better than 741 points on average, and standing up for the tricks that she had planned on pass number 1. A lot of our competitors will actually do separate class of trick, hand tricks on one pass and toe tricks on the other. And many of them are just as skilled in one facet as they are in the other, but choosing not to fit those two elements together because, well, it's It's quite difficult for one, and the practicality, from the practicality aspect, isn't quite there either, so far as transferring from toes to hands, and certainly not vice versa.
There, round 4, on her way over to 5.
So, getting ready for Margaret Becker coming in on pass number 2, getting ready to go around the OJ Props Island.
We're going to cut it to the yellow loop. That's going to be 28 off. She needs 3 or more to take the lead.
All right, so round the island she will go.
Making it more difficult for the rest of these women here. Everyone's just following them. Being pulled by Malibu Response.
So as I mentioned before, our trick skiers have always have the opportunity in these types of tournaments to choose the boat of their choice, because each of our boats throws a slightly different wake to each other. This is the Nautique by Correct Craft. We thank that boat company very much for their support, and also for their sponsorship of yesterday's men's slalom event in the 2021 Morley U.S. Open that saw Nate Smith come through with the win, scoring about 2/3 the way down 10.25 meters or 41 off. You can still see that performance by going to the Morley U.S. Open player on this playlist, or on a separate playlist, whether you happen to be on usawaterski.org's YouTube channel, or indeed Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel. So, that was Margaret Becker, and just slowly pacing her way through that particular run, and a good, decent effort there. So that was Margaret Becker. Yeah, tried to put her foot in the toe hold, and this is, as I explained before, very, very difficult to actually get the toe trap in the toe in the strap. And when you're rushing to get it in, the foot doesn't go all the way in, and something like that happens. All right then, Olivia Murray. Olivia Murray now approaching the tricking course. So we are going very fast with the skiers. Almost as soon as one trick skier is done, the next one is on her way. All right, so this is Olivia Murray, number 10 trick skier in today's tricking competition, number 4 trick skier in with women's 1 division. Olivia Murray using the swing outside of the towboat to allow her to gain momentum going back in, and thus making it a little bit easier to get height off the top of the wake when you're not really struggling to edge all that much. There are little eccentricities, little tricks that one can do to take advantage of the boat's pull. All of them legal, of course. And if you've ever noticed higher echelon competitors, those that do flips, one or two of them actually spends about a split second or two getting wide of the wake, and the reason why they do that is they use the pendulum effect from doing that to actually go into the wakes and generate enough speed, enough edge to execute those kinds of maneuvers. Not to say it's entirely impossible to actually produce a flip from a standing position. I've actually seen that a few times, but for the vast majority of the time, most people that perform the flips do so with a little bit of preparation on the widest part of the boat path. That is Olivia Murray with her second and final pass over tricks with some surface back-to-backs, and it's not looking too bad. That is Olivia Murray, keeping everything in check and just trying to wrap in for one of the next tricks to come. That is Olivia Murray. All right, skier coming up next is Michaela Gardner. Electing to go with the correct craft Nautique. Produced in the city, whoa, hang on a second, and falling on her approach to pass number 1. Now the rules dictate that if there is a fallout, of course, the skier is offered the option to go in again on that same run, but that is all the falls that you can have outside of the tricking course. And whilst we pick her up to recover, we're going to step one side. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
How are you doing this morning?
Feel great. Feel great. Everything's relaxed. I mean, we only got a page and another page, and I think a half a page, so
It's gonna be a quick day.
should be a quick day.
How's Connor doing?
All right, then. So getting ready to bring in Michaela Gardner for pass number 1. Now, because of the narrow setup around the island, we have to go back to the dock. But we do have the official scores for women's 5 tricks, and I will read them out to you. Kimberly Pilcher with 500 points. Rhonda Gassman with 1730. Connie Bergman in 3rd place with 2,030. Tristina Lindsay with 2,090. And your women's 5 national trick champion is Mary Koenig with her total score of 2,340 points. So well done to Mary Koenig with her performance in the women's 5 trick. And that was that's the only division that we have so far with the tricking score. We may actually have the the score for Eric Lee because, well, he just happens to be the only person in this division, so he wins that event automatically. But it'll be interesting to find out what Eric Lee's score is anyway. All right, then, confirming the skier approaching the course, it is Michaela Gardner. Can't afford any more falls outside of the course now.
It's always good to get through that first pass, making 6. You can take a deep breath and kind of relax a little
Looking good, though, throughout the run. We have, in this tricks event, 13 skiers. We are on skier number 5, so a little short of halfway. And just a little bit short of completing pass number 1. That is Michaela Gardner.
34 years old. This age category, women's 2. Over on the Trick Lake, you've got Tony Lightfoot. He's calling women's 1 tricks right now.
All right, so there, Michaela Gardner looking out on top of the water, and yet to get the scoring for Eric Lee. That would be our next score to be made available, as he was in the last category of skiers. And while we wait for Michaela Gardner to get back into the course. My name is Tony Lightfoot. He is Troy Zollner. Troy Zollner is taking care of the slalom on Lake 1. I'm taking care of the tricks and jump on Lake 2. We have a total of 33 trickers to go, and then in the jump event we'll have a total of 37 jumpers, all said and told, among the 5 or so divisions that are to be completed in this 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. All right then, folks. We have got Michaela Gardner. Here we are, Michaela Gardner with the toe strap on her foot. Here we go. A little bit of a hop towards the front there, but still managing to edge and to carry herself across the wake. Ooh, and getting into a little bit of awkward shape there with the toe wake. I believe that was the toe wake back. But decent effort there with the toe tricks, falling about, I would say, about a quarter of the way through the run. She did the toe wake front, she tried the toe wake back, and all right up to that point. I'm not too sure what she had in terms of tricks beyond that, but a commendable performance nonetheless there for Michaela Gardner. All right then, so our next competitor on the water, who has been spending a little bit of time in Zachary, Louisiana in recent months, while working remotely as well, which has become one of the new ways of working in this day and age of the pandemic taking place. We have got Nikki Weber on the water at this time. Going with the weight code to get things up and running on pass number 1. This is Nikki Weber. Back and front. Twisting from one side to the next. There you go. Good effort there with the wake back and wake front. Does she have anything more? And twisting there with the wake back-to-back right at the very end of pass number 1, getting the majority of the tricks that she wanted to on pass number 1. That is Nikki Weber. Nikki Weber, who is in the midst of trying to organize the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championships. She is the tournament director for that event, and that event will take place in Zachary, Louisiana in the middle portion of October. So, once again, we've got Nikki Weber getting ready for pass number 2. But taking a look at their effort there with the wake back-to-back right at the very end. Throwing her shoulders rather than edging through that trick and falling as a result. So, that's Nikki Weber. All right, so we're bringing her around the island and now getting set up for pass number 2. Setting that Mastercraft towboat up. Typically trains behind that boat over at Bennett's Waterski School. And here she comes, Nikki Weber. A little bit of a partition spin with the tow to the front. We'll continue to ride on top of that trick ski. A little unstable with toe tricks in relative terms compared to her hands. Toe wake front, getting a little bit in terms of elevation, but the control just wasn't quite there for her in the end. So that was Nikki Weber. We are now past the halfway mark. as we get ready to throw in Savannah Lutz, I beg your pardon, skier out of the state of Illinois. And we'll see what she has in store for us with the 2:22 runs. After Savannah Lutz, we'll have Chelsea Newman, Samantha Stackpole, Jade Hansen, Amanda Lutzfager-Rose, Taylor Graffwall, and then Bailey Graffwall.
You bested him by one, yeah.
All right, so looking very, very confident out there with this pass coming in. This is Savannah Lutz, tracking a little better than 2,300 points on average. Setting herself up with that Waco spin out of the wrap. Not bothering to go with the reverse out of wrap, but a good stand-up effort there. Just look at the fluidity of those back-to-backs. It's not so much the style in which they have performed that grabs the judge's attention. It's just how accurate the surface turns are, and if they happen to be wake turns, how that is resolved with the ski, with air between the ski and the water. So a lot of elements go into these tricks. And each of those tricks contains a predetermined point value assigned to each move. A properly performed trick scores its 4 marks. Improperly tricked scores 0. Now it's a little harsh, but that's the way it's done. As Chelsea Newman gets ready to go behind the Malibu. She's at dockside right now, but she has to wait just a little bit longer. About maybe 30-40 seconds, because here comes Savannah Lutz. Toe side, slide, and reverse. Very subtle movements. Certainly one of the overlooked elements with toe tricks is how you just generally stay on top of the ski and how subtly you move. There we go. There's the line back and line front, leaning away as she completed that trick. And there is Savannah Lutz. The effort and the balance were certainly there throughout, with a great array of tricks on hands and also toes as well. So I would imagine this point score is going to be well in excess of 2,000 points based upon what I know. We're down to about 6 skiers remaining. Our next competitor to take to the water will be Chelsea Newman, electing to go with the Malibu.
Kayla Herstad has strategy working here for her. She's sticking again with that 32 miles per hour boat speed. Keep in mind the max speed in this Lemon 2 event is 34, but she doesn't have to do that if she doesn't feel comfortable there. So she cuts.
Here we go. This is on the water, Chelsea Newman. Coming to us out of the volunteer state of Tennessee. Very easy to determine that from the apparel that she is wearing for Team Tennessee. Chelsea Newman working her way through those tricks. Good balance on that one leg, and that ultimately saved her from falling towards the end, because the trick that she was hoping to attempt was the wake line front, needing a decent edge. So there we go. That was that opening pass for Chelsea Newman, and getting ready for pass number 2. We'll see her come back into the course very, very soon.
On the water, Lauren Grubb, Illinois skier. She's coming in at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. Lauren Grubb, we ski together over in Decatur, Illinois at the Pitts Ski Club. People involved in tournament skiing. That's what Pitts stands for.
All right, here we go. Setting up the boat speed and going with the next pass of tricks. This is Chelsea Newman. There's the Waco high tempo trick to start. Follows on with the reverse. Now goes with the wake back and wake front before working away with the wake back to backs and surface back to backs. Working skillfully from trick to trick. Wake fly front. All right, now does she have anything more like a line back and a wake line front? Yeah, just piling on the points. Realizing that she'd gone through those tricks at a very, very high rate and leaving herself enough time to do the line tricks at the very end. That is Chelsea Newman. Which leaves us with 5 competitors remaining. It will be Samantha Stackpole continuing on with the list.
Teacher Lauren Grubb coming in. Now she's at 34 miles per hour, 22 off.
All right, we're seeing the tail end of Chelsea Newman's attempt on pass number 2. And she'll be pretty happy with that, I would imagine. All right, so Samantha Stackpole is about to take to the course right now. Samantha Stackpole averaging better than 2,700 points. And nicely done with the wake back to back. A little bit stiff in the back there now. Edging away. There's the back flip. A little bit sat back on the landing. Wanted to get the rotation, but didn't commit herself enough to get in the height that would have allowed for that more easily. As we look at this pass, I'm going to give you the score for Eric Lee, the one and only competitor in his division. So winning this, it's going to be 3,100 points for Eric Lee, 3,100 points. I'm sure he would have liked a little bit more than that. And then our next set of points will belong to Women's 1. We'll try and get the initial results of the first few trickers in that particular division. Women's 1, where the division that we're currently in now, we're about actually well past the halfway mark. All right, so as Samantha Stackpole gets ready for her second and final pass, let me get you informed as to the trick scores for our previous competitors. Sydney Keener, 280. Margaret Better with 470. Alison Henricks with 540. And your current leader is Olivia Murray with 920 points. But those totals will only get higher with more of our competitors appearing in the top seeds. Now, wrapping in, flipping the rope over the head and the back to wrap the toe line around the standing leg. Here comes Samantha Stackpole.
we are.
Good array of toe surface tricks. Now she's going to go something a little bit more here.
Putting the pressure on the girls.
Foot in the back binding, but she's that's her lot though. So a little step sequence after completing toes.
Hands and 3 1/2.
Just really worked this pass for all that was worth, including the reverse toe back.
34 miles per hour. That should be enough to put her in.
She positioned herself for the toe back to back and slid towards the front and continued behind for the reverse.
3 ball. She was in good shape and just all of a sudden gets jerked forward and that handle pops out of her hand. She'll be walking out. She should have had it. She knows it. She said it. She'll still have a big, beautiful smile.
So now, on top of the water, we have got Jade Hansen. Efforts most certainly there for her, getting from one trick to the next and doing them relatively quickly. Jade Hansen tricking back, 2,700 points on average. And look at that, that's the first of our flips. The second one, not quite there because she cased the wake on the way down, but that by itself, that particular trick point value is 500 points, so you kind of get an idea of how important flips are in a person's trick run. Whenever you're looking at averages of 2,700 points and you see a 500-point trick thrown in the mix there, that it turns an average barely over 2,000 to an average almost touching 3,000 points. So exceptional performance there from Jade Hansen. And she's going to have the second and final 20-second pass. It's going to be... We're going to see Amanda Lutzwager-Rose coming up in just a few moments. And after her, it'll be Taylor and Bailey Grafwall. And we'll return right after this. Back on now with Jade Hansen. Toe back and toe front, holding the toe foot very close to the standing leg to aid in stability and fluidity. But unfortunately, her shoulders and her arms started waving backwards, and she loses her composure there. About 4 or 5 tricks into the run. She got the toe side slide, and the reverse kind of set that whole deck of cards falling. And that was Jade Hansen. We're now into our final three. We're going to see Taylor and Baylor Graffwell come to you in just a few minutes, but Amanda Lutzfager-Rose. Amanda Lutzfager-Rose now coming in on pass number 1 of 2.
Gentlemen and women, we want to thank everybody for such a great nationals. Say, OK props, thank you guys. You know, you're very important to us.
Setting the boat speed here and making sure that it is correct as she approaches the red trick buoy, and beyond that point she can start her maneuvers. There you go. Because trick skiing now is scored via video, whether through a live feed or retroactively speaking, the trick skier can actually start performing the tricks anytime beyond a certain buoy. Normally, because of the positioning of the officials are smack bang in the middle, as has happened in previous years, those tricking buoys were especially important back then, because obviously the judges needed a clear view of everything that went on in front of them, so they were situated halfway along the shore. Now, because of video trick judging, that's become a moot exercise, and they don't even have to be along the shoreline anymore. So there's very little point in positioning the skier to perform strictly within a certain area. Here we go. This is Amanda Lutzfager-Rose, and coming in on pass number 2 momentarily.
She's a manager at Silver Spray Sports. She enjoys flying seaplanes and biplanes and all water sports. Andy Maffel, Helena Shaylander, Kurt Gavin, and bringing her mom.
So here we go. This is Amanda Lutzfager-Rose. All right, here we go. Things starting to reveal themselves here for Amanda Lutzfager-Rose. Some surface moves and combining them to score more and more points with each one. There we go, the line back and the line front. Great effort there, and will fall at about the end of 20 seconds, so she won't lose much as a consequence of that fall. Amanda Lutzfager-Rose, we're taking a look at her instant replay and seeing her tricks and how well they'll performed. While we wait on that, we will bring on Taylor Graffwell in just a few moments.
Must make pass here in this women's 2 event as we work our way closer and closer to the top seed. As Whitney comes around 4, looking good and solid. That body, very little movement. From buoy to buoy. Very nice looking 28 off pass by Whitney Bernash. So she's setting herself up here to come back in at 32 off. That's the current money pass in this women's 2 event. So will Whitney be the first one to completely get through 32 off? We'll have to wait and see.
All right, so a little over an hour into our coverage of the Day 7 events. We are on Women's 1 tricking, and we have got Taylor Graffwell, who averages better than 3,800 points. But I tell you what, look at this for Taylor. Ooh, and falling on a toe wake line O towards the end. But a good, solid array of toe tricks here. Tricks even on that one pass alone would outstrip many of the competitors that we've seen in the initial part of the women's one tricks event. She's just on that higher level. And just looking once again at Taylor Graffwell with the toe wake O and then the toe wake line O, and just falling on the back of her heel and won't be able to ride that trick out. So as the boat goes to pick her up to where she can change her ski and change her line, we'll step aside and we'll return to the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. All right, into the course here, we got Taylor Graffwell here with the handle tricks that constitute her second run. Waco now edging out for the first of her black flips. There she goes, down, landing on the downslope on the second Waco as well, on the second hit. There we go, the flip twist back to front, all recovers well from that, and a good, solid effort there on pass number 2. And that should be enough to throw her towards the top of the podium for right now, because her sister Bailey Graffwell will be taken to the water very, very soon. So looking okay. Looking in very good form and edging away from the wake to generate enough momentum to get that that trick ski around, that quantum jet trick ski up and over, and just about land and ride that one out. So good effort there from Taylor Graffwell and Quantum, a brand from the Masterline group of companies. Masterline ropes and accessories, and Quantum skis, and also Eagle wetsuits, and also KD trick skis are Masterline, and its president and CEO Russell Gay recently acquired the distribution rights within the United States of America and a territory beyond, I believe. And so building that element of the industry, Russell Gay, and kudos to him for doing that. There we go. This is Bailey Graffwell. Look at her go. Boom. One trick to the next. Look at her go. Waco. Oh, a little lackadaisical there with the Waco into wrap, and before she went into the next spin. Coming to us originally out of San Marcos in Texas, and I believe studying at the University of Alabama. This is Bailey Graffwell. Women's 1 trickers, our final competitor out to skier 13 of 13. Unlucky for some in respect to the fall that Bailey Graffwell took towards the end of this particular run. Looking very sweet there with that 540-degree spin from back to front. And spun that one very well indeed, and then went to the front, and there just not so much as an edge going through the top of the wake, and coming up short on the pull as well. So that was Bailey Graffwell. She's been picked up, and the rope will be changed, ski will be changed, and we'll be back right after this. All right, looks like we got a Nautique towboat situating Bailey Graffwell, our final skier in women's 1. She's back in the water, and I think she's in the process right now of putting the toe strap on her toe foot, and advances in water ski equipment, especially with toe lines, allow the skier to do this. And it's actually become rather necessary because for the majority of them, and certainly not in this instance, because I see Bailey Graffwell holding onto that handle with her hands, but in a lot of instances, the skiers don't even have so much as a handle to hold on to whenever they produce toe tricks. In fact, they use, at the greatest extreme, they use a hard shell boot system with a little hook on the bottom that clips to a carabiner, and they're towed that way. And in order to get up out the water, they actually have to use the thick braiding that's typically woven into the line to provide that extra grip down the line coming out of the water. Here we go. This is Bailey Graffwell from Central Texas. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Here's the toe 5 front, winding it on, a little off balance there, and even further off balance, spinning out of that toe O from a previously well-executed toe 5 front. That is Bailey Graffwell. There she pulled in there with the toe 5 front and just got stalled, and normally it's wise to take a split second or two out to pause between some tricks to reestablish a balance if it is getting a little bit wayward, but I didn't see any kind of lack of balance there with Bailey Graffwell, so actually stopping at that point became counterproductive. And that concludes women's 1 tricks. Now we've got 14 trickers available to round off the Goode Waterski National Championships in that particular discipline. Here we go. Men's 2 tricks. We're going to start with Mark Zimmerman.
One at 35 off is Jenna Gilbert. Good luck. Go out there and set the pace, young man. Thank you.
All right, here he comes, our
Tony Lightfoot calling the trick lake over there.
Here's Mark Zimmerman qualifying into the men's 2 competition, tricking better than 1,100 points on average. Ooh, nicely done there with those tricks standing up all the way through. So, great effort, and we'll get ready to see him on pass number 2 in just a few moments. Just coming to us out of Texas, if you hadn't already have twigged there by looking at his shorts.
Tight competition going on here. Women's 2. Holding or taking the lead there, Jenna Gilbert putting herself on the podium for sure.
So certainly grateful to the continued title sponsorship support of Goode Ski Technologies. They've been supporting the sponsorship of the National Waterski Championships for well over 2 decades now, so long may that continue. The Goode 79th Waterski National Championships on its final day.
She's going to come in 32 miles per hour, 22 off. So 32-22, Megan Lambert, she wants to come out. She's got to start.
Here we go, right here, right now. This is Mark Zimmerman. He's setting himself up with the back, and there's the surface back-to-back. Probably doesn't have too much in the way of toe tricks or line tricks to fill up a pass with those types of trick. Here he comes in, he's edging out Waco. Does he have a reverse Waco? He certainly gives that a good college try, and now edging out. I don't know whether he's going to try a flip or he's going to try and hit the ramp. And I think he realized exactly where he was in terms of the latter. So just a simple wake jump to complete his effort there. That is Mark Zimmerman. We have 13 more skiers to come. We're going to have Michael Fillmore on the water next. Then Michael Kennedy, Tim Vio, and so on and so forth. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. Glad to have your viewership and your continued support.
They're going to use the north jump.
And the towboat up to top speed of 34 miles an hour for Megan Lambert, the second pass. She's got 34 minus 20.
Starting dock.
And Jim told us it
Jenna Gilbert.
All right, as we continue to build our audience, 1 or 2 comments being thrown in for good measure. Here comes Matthew Fillmore. Handle coming up a little bit high on the initial tricks, but managing to still stay on top. A skier from the volunteer state of Tennessee. That is Matthew Fillmore, standing up for all the tricks that he intended to have on pass number 1. Matt Fillmore in pretty good shape up to this point, it has to be said.
Dockside camera bringing you live at the starting dock in this Women 2 slalom event.
All right, so rolling right along. My name is Tony Lightfoot, here with the tricking and jumping events. On the other webcast, we have Troy Zollner, and he's got the slalom. You can keep tabs of what's going on each lake by opening up some tabs, and having a player on each one, slalom on one, tricks and jump on the other, and also a third one to keep you informed when results become available. Waterskiresults.com. Your way of keeping tabs on what's going on with the national championships. There we go. That is Matt Fillmore working his way from one trick to the next, keeping a good steady pace, not wavering too much from that except for that surface 360. But a decent effort there. Started off with some surface back-to-backs and continued to go towards the more difficult tricks that he had in his repertoire. So Matt Fillmore, our second skier out in this 14-skier field. Keeping his edge going wherever it became appropriate. And then just spinning like there's no tomorrow. But unfortunately there with that surface O coming up a little bit short, not pulling hard enough or long enough to make that trick possible. Michael Kennedy now. Winding up for the wake back-to-back, and there's the reverse. Surface back-to-back, holding that one too. Wake back and wake front. Now that's the 5 front, and now that's the wake O. And just looking a little unsteady and a little unsure of himself towards the end, that is Michael Kennedy from the Palmetto State of South Carolina. Tim Vio now. Actually, Michael Kennedy, Tim Vio is going to be our next competitor. My apologies there. But Michael Kennedy is number 3 skier out in the water at the moment, out of the 14 on this list. All right, right here in the commentary central position, I'm Tony Lightfoot. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championship. There's Troy Zollner on the right of your screen. He's calling slalom, I'm calling tricks. I'm glad to have your support as we continue to track on with the tricking event I'm calling. All right, so we're going to have tricking scores come through in women's 1, and looks like we got a few more coming through. I gave you tricking scores earlier, so we'll give you some more in women's 1. Sydney Keener, 280. Margaret Becker with 470. Alison Henricks with 540. Olivia Murray with 920. Michaela Gardner with 1310. Nikki Weber with 1400. Jade Hansen with 1980. Our top 6 competitors I'll mention in a moment in the women's 1 tricking competition as we look and see what Michael Kennedy can do as he slips that ski into a side slide. Then he goes with the line back and line front, still maintaining good balance there with the wake line back and wake line front. So some rather simplistic tricks there added at the end. Probably won't even make it within the 20 seconds of time allowed for each skier. But the effort was most certainly there. All right, let me give you the last few trick scores. Nikki Weber with 1,400 points. Jade Hansen with 1,980. Savannah Lutz, 2,500. Samantha Stackpole, 2,510, marginally more. Chelsea Newman with 2,540. And in first place by 100 points with 2640, it is Amanda Lutzwager Rose.
Yellow section, so 28 off the dot. Her warm-up.
Over here on Henna Song Lake, take a little relief for Bob Archambault, the hanky panky man with you. Carrie McClure out on the water.
We now got one runoff. We've got Carrie McClure.
All right, so Ty Veo coming in on pass number 1.
She does it through pass number 1 by completing that 28 off pass. Carrie McClure.
So Ty Veo out of the city of Sacramento in Florida, skis over at the Balacqua facility right outside Rio Linda in California. So they're not doing too badly, I would surmise, on pass number 1, just flipping the ski around and flipping it back.
So as your 0 off replay,
So looking smooth, not making too much in the way of abrupt movement.
that was 28 off, so she's cutting the rope to 32 off.
So a couple of side slides at the end and doesn't have anything more to offer and by way of substance. But now getting ready for pass number 2, it is Ty Veo.
35 off. Slides the lead right now, so Carrie knows this cut went 32 off. It's a must-run pass for her. Good start is very critical. Coming around 1, tight rope, solid over to 2. Carrie's making her way over to 3. She's around 3. Now, round 4, making her way over to 5. She's able to get around 5, and round 6, get those exit gates so you can complete 32 off. Another women's 2 skier
All right, skier number 4 of 13, 9 competitors remaining.
here in this women's 2 event.
Ty Veo now. There you go, keeping the momentum going, even with that Rapto side. But unfortunately falling while attempting a surface line back, stepping with the whole leg instead of just the knee. And that was a major contributing factor in his fall.
Hey, a big shout out to Polk County Tourism and Sports Marketing. Can't thank them enough. Giving us a home for our new USA Waterski and Wake Sports Hall of Fame Museum. If you have an opportunity, come down to Central Florida, come see the museum, or go to our website.
Dockside in this women 2 event. On the water.
All right, so that was a Ty Veo with pass number 2. A little bit of an early fall there for him as we continue to roll right along with Zach Cashel.
We're soon to find out here. 35 off. A little out of balance coming through the gate, but still strong enough to get over there in round 2. So 2 at 35 off.
So looking down, and we should find the boats that will be taking Zach Cashel into the tricking course very soon. Electing to ski behind the Mastercraft Pro Star, which is becoming an increasingly popular choice among our trick skiers, and certainly thanks to the redevelopment of the hull on that towboat from based upon feedback from a lot of competitors who had some comments in regards to the original incarnation of this of the hull that you're seeing off Mastercraft these days. They made the adjustments. They made those adjustments without sacrificing the slalom or the jumping wakes, and producing a boat that that many competitors have decided to switch to. Now, for our competitors, they can choose one or two configurations with this particular boat. They can go with the fully weighted edition, which allows for 150 additional pounds in the boat to be utilized, or they can go with absolutely no weight and go off the typical default wakes offered by this boat, produced out of Vonore in Tennessee. It is the Mastercraft Pro Star.
Yep, whatever.
So here we go, right here, right now. This is Zach Cushell. Here we go. Out of the state of Michigan, this is Zach Cushell.
Carrie McClure did not get to a 35 off. She missed her entry gates, so that is 0 of 35 off.
Oh, going through with each trick. There we go. There's the back flip, casing the second wake. There's the flip twist back, and not getting the elevation necessary to complete it. So Zach Cushell skiing just a shade under 2,500 points on average, and showing us his skills out there on the water. Not looking bad at all.
Obviously disappointed. Very early unexpected fall here for our number 2 seed, Jasmine Gagner.
Performed the first flip, although coming up a little bit short on the second wake, and then really coming up short on the landing zone for the second one. Trying to throw a twist towards the back, but unfortunately didn't quite have the full stability necessary to ride that trick out. Okay, Zach Cushell will be coming in momentarily. All right, tightening up on that line here at the water's edge. Zach Cushell now getting ready for pass number 2. We're on skier number 5 of 14, so just a few skiers shy of getting halfway through this particular event. And then after skier number 14, who will be Ryan Nason, then we would be done with the trick discipline. There'll only be one discipline left on Lake 2, and that would be the jump event, of which we're going to have 37 jumpers between now and the end of the competition. I'll tell you what, those of you that watched the jump event last night as part of the Morley US Open, you are treated to some absolutely fantastic flying there from the likes of Taylor Garcia and Freddie Krueger and Dorian Llewellyn, and Scott the Rocket Man Ellis rolling back the years as well with his efforts. So, and for those of you wanting to pick up the tail end of that jumping competition from last night that weren't able to see it live due to an internet outage, you can still see that by clicking on the titled player that has Dorian Llewellyn and Freddie Krueger's jumps. Our sincere apologies goes out to those people that were expecting to see it live but were unable to due to a technical difficulty outside of our immediate control. There, Zach Cushell in with his flip sequence and coming up short of the mark there. Leaving the way open for our next competitor. It will be from Van Wert, Ohio. It is, I believe, Kevin Danmeyer. Setting up the wakes and the boat path and everything necessary to get through this run. It is Kevin Danmeyer.
So around the OJ Prop Waters Edge Estates, we've got
Here is Kevin Danmeyer.
slalom event.
His brother, Carl Danmeyer, is about to take to the water next.
You're going to have to watch the archives and get caught up. Right now at 20.
Good solid effort there from the beginning through to the end there for Kevin Danmeyer. Pass number 1.
Through pass number 2 and through the exit gates there. Carly Burmaster, that was
races, and so they've got a ski dynasty going, and then of course the other Danmeyer is marrying Elizabeth Fowler, so now you've got a second Danmeyer dynasty, and it shouldn't be confusing at all.
must make
All right, here we are.
People would please fill out their bio, then we wouldn't have half of these
We
troubles
have
up
2
here.
women, Jenna Gilbert and Megan Lambert. They're in a tie with one at
Don't meet
35
up on
off.
it, but
We
as
know
an
for
announcer,
sure
that's
they will have a run on. What we don't know, what spot on the podium that's going to be for.
This is pass number 2. He'll be on
Time will tell as we count who he's adding. This is the handle. Hey,
So, looking in good shape there with Kevin Danmeyer going through that pass of tricks. Oh, getting a little bit unbalanced there with the toes, but managing to make it all the way through. That is Kevin Danmeyer. And we'll take a look at the instant replay next to see how he made it through.
And then his fifth is going to be Lauren Rouse. All right, so coming in on the trick leg over on
All right. Oh, and going down there on pass number 1, that was Kyle Danmeyer, who up until a few months ago, his video of the crash that he took at the Collegiate National Waterski Championships in 2011 was the most watched waterski video of all time, emanating out of the TWBC YouTube channel. For those of you that want to take a trip down memory lane, you can check that out again. But we'll check to see what Kyle Danmeyer can do with his second and final 20-second pass next after this.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a fresh.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with him, a good relationship with the company, and I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
All right, then, back on the water. This is Kyle Dammeier. We are on skier number 7 of 14, so exactly halfway through this list in the men's 2 division. Toe out and toe sides, and trying to recover his performance, having fallen on trick number 1 with the handle moves. Kyle Dammeier, little out of sorts here with the toe tricks, but still managing to ride it out. And Kyle Dammeier, whose profession these days is a radiologist, the X-ray guy, and working out of Detroit in Michigan, moved out of Ohio some time ago. So former resident of Ohio, and now in the Motor City. Kyle Dammeier still competing at a national championship level, always great to see. And now we're going to go on to our remaining half dozen or so competitors. We've got Scott Schmidt, Austin Kodajak, Robert Morris, Jared Sharkey, Cale Burdick and Ryan Nason about to come. But before those competitors, we're going to have Grant Schipper. Big ups and big thanks there to the Liquid Edge for providing the resources necessary for TWBC to come through with the webcast on both events simultaneously. Here's Grant Schipper. Oh, look at him go with flips on either side. Oh, front flip. Does he land? Yes, he nails that one just about. Oh, wonderfully executed backflips. Certainly took his time with them, mind you. And there you go, just subtly teasing the crowd a little bit there with the backflip on the first attempt, and there on the second one as well, lighting that one softer, and then edged out even more to do the front flip. Came in, landed that one, and just edged away with possibly one more trick afterwards. That was Grant Schipper. Whew. That was some exciting stuff, wouldn't you agree? All right, Scott Schmidt getting ready with the Mastercraft Pro Star towboat.
Of 10 or so people bringing you this coverage. There you go. Women 2 results. Megan Lambert, your winner. In second, Jenna.
Right, so looking at this once again, and there was Grant Schipper going in for a front flip once again behind that Malibu Response TXI towboat. Doesn't have much in the way of tricks beyond what you saw there with the front flip, and he got the The front flip secure on pass number 1, so heaven knows why he wanted to try it again on pass number 2. There you go. That was Grant Shipper. So now working our way up to speed with our skier on the water behind the Mastercraft Pro Star. It is Scott Schmidt. Scott Schmidt, pass number 1, wake line O to get things up and running. Then going into the tried and true step sequence. Looked okay for the most part on this particular run. Waco's towards the end. There's the Wake 5 back. Slips that one in there with some side slides at the end to contribute more points to his run. That is Scott Schmidt. As we work our way down to the final 6 competitors in this event, including Scott, who is on the water right now. All right, as we continue to go right along, I have some trick scores for you out of Women's 1. And let's start off right at the bottom with Sydney Keener with 280 points, Margaret Becker with 470 points, Alison Hinrichs with 540, Elizabeth Ray with 920, Michaela Gardner with 1310, Nikki Webb with 1,400 points, Jade Hansen with 1980. And we'll announce the remaining 5 skiers on that Women's 1 list in just a moment as we take a look at Scott Schmidt going through his toe tricks, throwing everything into these so far as his effort and balance. And, oh, there we go. Toho into wrap, tried to grab the line to ski away from that. But unfortunately doesn't come away with the completed attempt. So, Savannah Lutz with 2,500 points, putting her in 5th. In Women's 1, in 4th place with 2,510, Samantha Stackpole. In 3rd place with 2,540 is Chelsea Newman. In 2nd place, this is Women's 1 trick, by the way. We got Amanda Luchvager-Rose with 2,780. And with one competitor's score left to go, currently in the lead with 5,490 is Taylor Grathwohl. So now we have got Austin Kolodjak. Austin Kolodjak now coming into the course behind the correct craft Nordique. Setting the boat speed, just getting limbered up now for pass number 1 of 2. Austin Kolodjak. Some surface back-to-backs working his way through each of these tricks, one after the other. Austin Kolodjak round... Good, front flip, does he recover this and going down and got the initial landing and then overcompensated with his balance. Austin Kolodjak. with beautifully executed tricks there at the beginning, staying very close to the wakes and keeping his axis there. Does one backflip, which will receive full credit. Then the second backflip, landing out in the flats a little bit. That kind of spooked him a little bit, and then goes for the front flip. And if he'd have just stood up right there and skied it out, he would have landed and gotten that trick scored. But unfortunately, he moved just a little bit too much upon the landing, and that deprived him of the points associated with the front flip. We'll return to him in just a moment or so. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
And I'm watching the trick event right now. They've got a 54-inch trick ski. I mean, they've got all kinds of skis over there, but I'm in love with the 54-inch Goode trick ski. And I can attest to it. I'm riding that ski myself. So go get yourself a new trick ski and slow down that boat speed, and you'll be amazed at what you can do. At 30.
All right, working our way towards the end of the men's two tricking event. We got Austin Kolodajak. Nicely done with the first toe tricks. Not nearly as stable with toe tricks as he is with hands, but that's not to say he isn't a skilled athlete. There we go with the toe wake line back. Just getting a little bit unbalanced there as he tried to upweight his ski and his toe foot in mid-rotation. Austin Kolodajak. All right, so now we've got coming in on pass number one very, very soon is going to be Robert Morris. Tricking just a shade under 5,000 points on average. Here comes Robert Morris. Up. There we go. There's the backflip. There's the reverse. Soft landing on the downslope of the second way. Oh, my word. Not getting nearly as much elevation on flip number three. And that's why he came down hard and in a heap there with the third move. There. On the first one, silky smooth landing. And Robert Morris there behind the Craft Nautique and edging away, but just not as much height. Was more concerned about the rotation than getting the edge all the way off the top of the wake. That resulted in the fall. And now he's going to have to come through big time with his second and final pass. Not even too sure whether he'll want to do toe tricks. He has the option to repeat pass number 1 should he believe that by doing that he would yield more points. So we got Robert Morris. We've also got Jared Sharkey in getting ready to go in that Nautique towboat. Our last 4 competitors, actually our last 5 competitors, electing to go with the Correct Craft Nautique, produced out of Orlando, Florida, and the official towboat of the IWWF, who will be using that for all 3 World Championships, which are attributed to this season. The U17 World Championships, which will take place starting in about a week's time. Actually starting a week tomorrow. And then the U21 World Championships, which will take place about 3 or 4 days afterwards. And then in October, the Open Elite World Championships, coming to you live from International Tournament Skiing in Okahumka in Central Florida. And all 3 of those competitions will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Here we go, Robert Morris. Oh, there he goes, continuing from where he left off with the flip twist back. There's the reverse. Now settling into his handle tricks. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Does he have anything more? Wake back, does he go for the 5 front? He does. Traveling across the wake efficiently with the 5 front. Does he have anything more? No, not really, but performing all the tricks that he had left among his handle trick repertoire, including the backflip that he actually fell on, which was starting with a half twist and landing. There you see the difference between the fall and the successful attempt. Just more edge, more height. He focused upon that element of that particular move this time around, and he ultimately benefited as a result by landing that particular flip and skiing away from it and getting the points that are attributed to such a move. There we go. That was Robert Morris. We're down to our final 3 competitors. We should have Kel Burdick and Ryan Nason coming up soon, but before them, we'll have Jarrett Sharkey.
Let's see if we can tell. It's a different angle. It's hard to tell whether he was through them or not. The judges, they have a different camera angle. They can review it. But unfortunately, they're 34-15. Hunter missing the gates. So his score will go in the books as 6 at 32 miles per hour, 15 off.
Okay, so here we go. This is Jarrett Sharkey. A toe 720-degree turn, front to front there. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake-o. Here he comes, sort of toe wake line-o, stepping over the line in mid-rotation, toe wake line back, coming, whoa, and having difficulty with some of the more rudimentary tricks towards the end, moving at such a high tempo, such a high pace. And just look at this pass once again. Toe 7 front, a little bit of the hitch in the middle there. That could cost him the actual points associated with that move. Toe 5 back, surface toe back-to-backs, and then the toe 5 front into the wrap-in, making sure that that toe foot stays in the back of the standing knee. With the center of balance, center of gravity there with that particular move. There's the toe wake-o. And then you see the ski passing up over the line, the toe wake line-o. Recovers well for the toe wake line back, and then tries a couple of toe sides at the end and fall in just before he had a chance to attempt the reverse toe side. All right, that is Jarrett Sharkey. 2 competitors to go after him. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Here's Troy Zollner. He's got slalom. And I've got about 3 trekkers remaining before we go into our batch of 37 jumpers to round off the event. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. We'll be back right after this.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
All right then, so coming in on pass number 2, he performed toe tricks on pass number 1. Here he comes, Jared Sharkey, pass number 2. A backflip, beautifully executed, very smooth on the landing. Hardly a degree of motion coming in upon the landing. There we go, he's gone 4 flips. Now he goes in for the 5th flip. It's going to be the front one, needed some prep on that one. But unfortunately, spinning a little off axis there with the front flip. And we'll take a look at this once again. Just subtly goes in there with the back flip, using the downslope to great effect there. Just look at that, beautifully executed. Half twist towards the front with the back flip, and then a half twist to the back again. Just a regular wake back to front before preparing for the front flip, and just tucking his head a little bit off kilter there, and that also resulted in the ski getting off axis for him on that front flip. Unfortunately unable to ride that trick out, but now we're going to go towards the end of men's 2 tricking, a skier that competed in the slalom finals yesterday as part of the Nautique Pro Men's Slalom Final. This is Kel Burdick. He also won the Skier of the Day award presented by 2U Healthy Snacks. He came away with that Growler trophy. And let's see if he can come away with top honors in the men's 2 tricks event. And it's not looking likely right now, considering where he fell on pass number 1 of 2. Kel Burdick, who's an above-average jumper as well. We saw that yesterday in the men's 2 event. So Kel Burdick struggling to keep the handle close to him, and just not getting the elevation. Was more concerned about the rotation rather than the flip itself. The edge necessary to gain the height. So we'll see if he'll pick up from where he left off, much like Robert Morris did a few skiers ago. We're on our penultimate skier, Kel Burdick, who scored better than 5,200 points on average. Not too far ahead of him on terms of average score is our last skier to go, Ryan Nason, who comes into this event scoring better than 5,600 points. Kel Burdick will be coming into the course, and we're going to bring him into the course in just a few moments as we continue the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
second trick pass, and I'm sure he's going to get a high overall score in the overall event. But let's take one thing at a time as he comes up now, getting ready.
Still waiting on that score for Bailey Graffwall to round off the women's one division of tricks. That was our division previous to this one. And once we get the initial points of men's two, we'll have those available for you as well. And I think we might actually have some scores for men's two. We'll see if I can scrape together a few of those point totals in the men's two tricking competition. Not too sure what the delay is for getting Bailey Graffwall's score, but we'll leave the officials to their own devices. So, here we go in men's two tricking. Our penultimate skier, there we go, Toweko. Keeping the flow going now, just trying to stay at a comfortable pace with these toe tricks. The reverse toe side slide, toe back to back. Well, bulks out of the reverse toe back to back, goes in for the line tricks. Just got to be careful to make sure that he makes contact with the water with his free foot as he does those stepping tricks. And a superb overall performance there from Cale Burdick in the men's two competition. So look at him once again. We've got some men's two tricking scores. So as we see Cale Burdick go through his particular run, our skier of the day last night among our pros, Cale Burdick. Let me give you the scores in men's two tricks. Matthew Zimmerman, 700 points. Matthew Fillmore, I beg your pardon, 700 points. Mark Zimmerman, 1140. Kyle Dameyer, 1210. Ty Veo with 1620. Michael Kennedy with 1860. And then we go into the top four at this moment in time. We're only halfway through the amount of points that we've gotten available. Scott Schmidt with 2010, Grant Schipper 2040, Zach Cashel with 2050, and 3,100 points belongs to Kevin Danmeyer. We've got 5 scores remaining after those. Here comes Ryan Nason into the course there with a toe 5 back, toe back to back. A little bit jumpy with some of these tricks, it does have to be said. And there we go. In good rhythm so far with the toe wake front, and now the wake line back, line front and line back. Compact little step sequence, tried and true. A side slide at the end and standing up all the way through. So that is Ryan Nason, a skier who averages better than 5,600 points. So in the instant replay provided by Zero Off, we thank those cats indeed for providing us with the support for these instant replays, and also to Liquid Edge for not only providing us with the resources to have this webcast up and running on both lakes, but also providing us with the personnel that helped us tidy up and get the crews and everything associated with the webcast back up and running after the storms that we've experienced over the days previous to this competition right here on the water's edge. Extraordinarily bad weather a few nights ago. Very rare that you actually see those types of storms and tornadoes at this time of year. And it just happens to be during the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. It's just one of those things. It's an outdoor sport, so we are kind of at the mercy of the elements. But let's see what Ryan Nason could do on his second and final 20-second run. We're going to take a turn around the island, but also as well, he's going to change out 1 or 2 elements of his equipment, which he can do between passes in the tricks event. Change the rope, change the ski, change the speed. Can't change the weight though. But those are the certain things that can be controlled at this juncture. So here we go, coming in on pass number 2. This is our final trick skier of the tournament. It is going to be Ryan Nason. Certainly had some great performances in the tricking event, not only among our skiers in the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships, but also among our pros in the 2021 Morley US Open of water skiing. Tricks of over 11,000 points to the likes of Jake Abelson and Pat O'Font. Tricks of over 10,000 points with the likes of Anna Gay and our eventual winner of that event last night, Janina Bonneman. And look at Ryan Nason coming up short a little bit on some of those tricks. Not getting much elevation on the third flip, however, but still managing to ski. Look at him go with the inverted Waco. There's the stand-up Waco reverse. 5 to the front, 5 to the back. Does he have it? Yes, he does. Beautifully executed. And will that be enough to give him the men's 1 national title, the men's 2 national title, I beg your pardon? It certainly looks pretty promising for him as we look at the remaining tricks that we see him perform via this instant replay provided by Zero Off Speed Control Systems. Find out more by going to zerooff.com as we see Ryan Nason once again ski out of his skin, not being spooked one iota if he came up short of the wake so far as the agent was concerned, was able to make the mid-air adjustment to get those flips situated and skied away. So great effort there from Ryan Nason, and that completes the tricks discipline in its totality. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go on to the jump event because of the wind conditions, because the switch in the wind in the last 24 or so hours. We're not jumping off the south ramp, we're jumping off the north ramp, and therefore taking our athletes from the dock closest to the ramp. My name is Tony Lightfoot, he's Troy's owner. Troy's continuing to announce and call the slalom. I'm going to be announcing the jump in just a few minutes, and we will return to the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships right here at the water's edge.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Denali. No hype, just science.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
right then, folks, returning with continuing coverage of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and now we come into the section of the event where we have the women's 5 jumpers. We only have 2 jumpers in this particular category. Thus, these 2 competitors are eligible for overall placements as they tricked and slalomed as well. This coming in is Mary Koenig. Up and over, and provided she lands and rides it out, she will get a score, and she is eligible for overall honors as well. So let's see what the distance is going to be on jump number 1 for Mary Koenig. So Mary Koenig, a good, solid opening jump there. We'll get the distance for her momentarily. So, jump score for Mary Koenig. Waiting on that as we bring her down towards the opposite end of the lake. 71 feet on jump number 1. Okay, so from what I understand, it's 71 feet from my external sources here. 71 feet on jump number 1. Oh, here we go. It's 21.5 meters to 1.5 meters. It's just flashed up in the metric equivalent. 21.5 meters or 71 feet. Here she comes. Up and over, will land and ride that one out. I suspect that boat speed, it certainly sounded as if it was a little bit quicker than jump number 1. So looking to extend the distance using that method. Good stance, good balance in the air, and landing and riding that one out without too many problems. That is Mary Koenig.
I'm not going to give Rich a load of crap about cutting that buoy out. Here we go. We have Ohio coming in 34 miles an hour. So he's betting on the short one, getting a little pattern.
Okay, no change on Mary Koenig's score right now. We're pushing out a distance. Mary Koenig, it is actually 76 feet, or 23.2 meters to 3.2 meters for Mary Koenig. And 76 feet is actually about her average coming into this event. So let's see if she can rise above that average score with a 3rd and last attempt. Traveling with the boat at 51K or around about 32 miles an hour. A shade under 32 miles an hour, 31.5 miles an hour, I would estimate. And here we go. This is Mary Koenig, 3rd and last attempt. Putting a little bit more heat this time and kicking back that ramp at 5 foot high. Mary Koenig doing a grand job out there. No two ways about that.
He's going to have a slight headwind here as he comes in the course.
So there, Mary Koenig landing in are the first of 37 total jumpers to round off the Goode Waterski National Championships. 37 of those jumpers getting ready to hit the Mary Koenig, who is the first of only 2 competitors in the jumping event. In her particular division, it is 77 feet there for Mary Koenig. The metric distance is 23.4, and we'll return right after this. All right, next competitor, we will rejoin the action and on dockside, being ready to be pulled behind that Mastercraft Pro Star towboat. The official towboat of the Mastercraft Pro tournament, which will take place in the latter portion of the season, in October specifically. It'll be pulled over at on Lake Goode, the home of Ski Fluid and Action Water Sports in Central Florida. And that tournament will also be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. We're in the midst of a women's 5 jump. Our second and last competitor is Tristina Lindsay. Make sure you, when you get the opportunity to click on the subscribe button and also the bell icon to be informed as new content is uploaded to the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel. Also, when you have the opportunity, check out USA Waterski's YouTube presence and do the same on that one as well. So whenever new content is uploaded to either of those entities on YouTube, you will get an instant notification. All right, so right here, right now, Tristina Lindsay. Waiting for a boat to accelerate to 51 kilometers an hour. There we go. Good stiff edge up. Dial. Whoa, and unable to land and ride that jump away. So she's got 2 attempts remaining. It is Tristina Lindsay. The cut looked good enough. Didn't get a full extension over the tips of her skis. Was actually starting to fall back in mid-air. And then tried to center herself on the skis and then leant again. And unable to ride that jump. That is Tristina Lindsay with a 0 score on jump number 1. And we will return to her momentarily. All right, so Tristina Lindsay turning round the South Island and working her way rapidly towards the jump. It is Tristina Lindsay out of Central Texas these days. Used to live in the show me state of Missouri. Now taking a shallow 3/4 cut here. Now hoping to edge across the jump and keep the line tight. Here she goes. Tristina Lindsay up and over. Will have an easier time landing this one, I surmise. And if that jump is over 71 feet, she will take the Women's 5 national title. With this kind of cut, it would almost appear to be academic in that respect. but we'll get the distance anyway. So there we go. That is Tristina Lindsay. Jump number 2. So here's the distance. It's 24 meters exactly. So 24 meters exactly are coming through for Tristina Lindsay. It is the equivalent of 79 feet, as you see up there on your scorecard. So your winner of the women's 5 jumping competition, only 2 competitors in this particular category, is Tristina Lindsay with a jump distance of 79 feet. She is capable of averaging 80.5 feet. Let's see if she'll get close to that particular distance. Here she goes in. Jump number 3. Oh, good looking jump. Very stable technique. And already edging towards the shore. It'll be there and thereabouts for Tristina Lindsay on jump number 3, not getting as much height or as much distance, I would imagine, as a result. But we'll get the final jump distance for Tristina Lindsay momentarily. So, ski to the shore, and the jump distance will be revealed. We're pushing out the distance, and it is 75 feet, or 23 meters. So best jump is on jump number 2 for 79 feet. All right, so we'll return right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the bindings for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Denali. No hype, just science.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry. You'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
Okay, folks, returning to the action. Our next batch of skiers will be within women's 2. First competitor out and averaging a shade over 49 feet is Lindsay Krajak. In this division, women's 2, we have 9 competitors in total.
But just as we start getting some momentum rolling, at some point here, we're going to be
Lindsay Krajak coming in on jump number 1. She has 3 attempts at her disposal. 5-foot high ramp for each of our women's 2 competitors. Up and over and we're just about landing right that one out. So good effort there for Lindsay Krajak. So good effort there on jump number 1 for Lindsay Krajak. She's going to come back to the end of the course, ready for jump number 2. And it is. Distance on jump number 1 is 50 feet. 50 feet or 15.1 meters. In her back pocket. Now she's got 2 more attempts remaining. So jumping around about her average score. I did mention that her average coming into this event was about 49.5 feet when you total up all of the best scores that she had. I think it's based upon an average of about the top 3 scores recorded during the course of the season prior to these national championships. Lindsay Krajak with 50 feet exactly, or 15.1 meters. The metric distances, I know that some of you out there would rather we go with just feet and inches, but we reveal the metric distances for a couple of reasons. One, we do actually measure in metric and convert to feet and inches for your for your viewing pleasure and to better understand the distances. And 2, we use the metric distances to resolve ties and unconfirmed distances in feet and inches, and that's happened a few times over the last few days, especially yesterday with the Morley U.S. Open of water skiing, especially in the girls' jump event, because there were a couple of instances, actually one instance especially between Valentina Gonzalez and Brooke Baldwin, who both jumped to 158 feet or 48.3 meters, and they had to go into a jump-off situation. So that's where the metric system comes into play. And we'll continue to mention the metric distance along with feet and inches for those reasons, and also because we do have an extended international audience, actually, with the kind of countries that have been watching the Goode Waterski National Championships go as far afield as Chile, the Republic of Ireland, Great Britain, Belarus, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and we actually have a good fan base of skiing talent in South Korea, believe it or not. So Lindsay Krajek jumping 50 feet on jump number 1, zeroes out on jump number 2. Let's see what she's got on jump number 3. Here we go. Lindsay Krajek up and over, won't land and ride that jump out. So Lindsay Krajek will thank her lucky stars that she was at least able to get one of those jumps away. 50 feet. We'll look at this one last time, up and over, and just not having full control over those jump skis as she came into land. We will pluck her up out of the water. Whilst we do that and wait for our next competitor to go, with Brooke McMahon, we'll step aside for just a couple of moments.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
All right then, so on the water we have Brooke McMahon, whose average distance coming into this event is 51 feet. Let's see what she can do on jump number 1. This boat seems to be traveling at a fairly healthy clip. Up and lands and will register her distance. So, while Lindsay Krajek lands her first jump and doesn't land anything more beyond that and gets 50 feet for her effort, we'll see if Brooke McMahon's jump distance ends up being any further than that. I suspect it will be. Coming in with a lot of heat there. Brooke McMahon.
All right, that's looking like about an average jump for Brooke McMahon, 49 feet on jump number 1. So she's got a little bit more between 51 and
The distance coming up on your screen is the equivalent of 14.9 meters, 14.9 or 49 feet for Brooke McMahon. All right, here we go. Brooke McMahon in second place right now with 49 feet. 1 foot shy of Lindsay Krajek, who is in the lead with 50 feet. Up and over, and will land that one as well. So straight up and over and taking a bit of speed while she's at it. Hitting the ramp at 48 kilometers an hour, just a shade under 30 miles an hour.
Waterski events I've ever been to. Excitement, the level of skiing last night, the weather conditions finally cooperated for you. Not like that here. It's amazing. So 28 off.
Distance coming through. It is 51 feet. It's good enough for the lead. 51 feet. A jump there for Brooke McMahon will get you the metric equivalent momentarily for Brooke McMahon. It is 15.6, 15.6, adding 0.7 a meter on top of her previous jump distance. It's 15.6 meters or 51 feet. So a little bit of a switcheroo there between Brooke McMahon and Lindsay Krajek there on jump number 2. Here we go, coming in, jump number 3. Ooh, ho, 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 and landing all 3 of her attempts, so giving herself the best possible opportunity to improve with each jump. That is Brooke McMahon in women's 2.
We've got Austin Biker on the water, getting ready to set up for his 32 off.
So going into the dock there for her 3rd and last attempt.
Whoa, and now
So the awards for the jump event were given. Brooke McMahon, the last jump distance, 53 feet or 16.2. And our skier on the water is going to be Camille Tyler. We'll see her in a moment. So there is Camille Tyler out of Central Florida these days. Was raised in Texas. And works as a graphic designer. And Camille Tyler, we'll see what she's got in store for us with the free jumps. All right, so Camille Tyler averaging a shade under 65 feet, and she's going to try and prove why. A three-quarter cut, driving the tips of her skis through that ramp, up and over, and she should be able to take the lead based on solely on that first jump distance, going out and taking the three-quarter cut with a lot of speed and a decent direction off the second wake. Not getting full extension off the top, but she had plenty of speed to carry, mind you. So, whilst we drop Camille Tyler, we'll return right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
All right, back on. We've got Camille Tyler, unfortunately not registering the distance on jump number 1 because we didn't register a time. So she had what was essentially a warm-up jump on jump number 1. And here she comes on jump, a rewrite on jump number 1, as a matter of fact. Oh, and a decent-looking re-jump there for Camille Tyler with the 3/4 cut, going in a little bit later this time. Timing looked a heck of a lot better. Up over the ramp and deals with that distance effectively. So that is Camille Tyler. Distance will be made available to Camille Tyler in just a moment or so as it becomes available. Okay, so the distance are about to be revealed for your viewing. 21.6 meters or 71 feet. Actually, initial jump was exactly the same distance in both feet and inches and metric, so no real change between the initial jump and its re-jump. But I suspect on jump number 2, that one is going to be a little bit further. And she did bring in a little bit more heat into the bottom of the jump, a little more edge to get onto the ramp. Camille Tyler. So there we go. That is Camille Tyler. Jump number 2, I suspect it's going to be a little bit further, hopefully, but unfortunately for Camille Tyler, we're so it looks like she's swimming into the dock for some reason, but we'll find out the full extent of that. So if nothing changes, and Camille Tyler has got a distance of 71.6 meters, we'll find 71 feet or 21.6 meters. So now, next competitor to take to water should be Anna Denowit. And whilst our officials resolve the situation on the dock side, we'll step one side and find out what's occurring.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
All right then, so we've got our next skier on the water. It's going to be Anna Denowit. Now, through one reason or another, we had some problems with Camille Tyler so far as her jumps were concerned, and Camille, for her part, declined the option to rerun her jumps, but she does get a score of 71 feet or 21.6 meters, her only scoring jump at this point in the proceedings. So now we're going to go to Anna Denowit. Then that would bring us a little bit, slightly less than halfway through the event. The women's 2 jump consists of 9 competitors. Anna Denowit, she is competitor number 4 in this 9 competitor field, and she comes into this event with a average jump distance of almost 75 feet. Here she comes. Up and over, we'll take the landing, we'll ride that jump out, and good skiing there from Anna Denowit.
Simultaneous legs, simultaneous coverage. Brought to you by the Waterski Broadcasting Company, sponsored by the Liquid Edge. Go to theliquidedge.com and support them as a sponsor here. We want to support the Liquid Edge, so maybe we'll be able to provide you coverage again next year at the Nationals. I'm able to do that if we don't have sponsors. Christopher Warren, 28 off.
All right then, so we got a jump distance. It's an 83-footer, 83 feet there for Anna Denowit. It's 25.4 meters, 25.4, so she has taken the immediate lead in this competition. A solid effort of 83 feet on the opening jump. So look forward to seeing her on jump number 2. And my name is Tony Lightfoot, providing you with the jump coverage on lake number 2. We'll have 37 total jumpers this afternoon. We're on to skier number 6 in that totality. Number 4 skier in. And coming in hard with that 3/4 cut and just losing her balance coming into the surface of the ramp. Fell back off the second wake. Ooh, and just could not square herself off and stand up in time before hitting the ramp. So there we go. That is Anna Denowit. And we'll pluck her out the water and get ready for her next jump here at the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
All right, so Anna Denowit with an 83-footer on jump number 1. Jump number 2 resulted in a fall. Let's see what she has for us on her third and last attempt. Here we go. Up, over, won't land and ride that attempt out, so she's going to have to make do with 83 feet or 25.4 meters. Little flat coming in, probably a little bit spooked from the previous attempt, but that's the way it is with Anna Denowit of Minnesota. We're now just a little over halfway through the women's 2 jumping competition, and it's going to be Carrie McClure coming up next. There is our leaderboard in women's 2, Anna Denowit with 83 feet, Camille Tyler in second with 71, and you'll see the remainder of the leaderboard, which will consist of 2 more names, Brooke McMahon, and then Lindsay Krajek in last place out of 4 competitors. All right, we have Carrie McClure about to take to the water next.
And tied with Jared Lewis at 99.5. And then it's the 98 by Matt Bishop hanging on to 5th place. All right, here comes Carrie McClure. She is our next student. She's out of Convoy, Ohio. She is our number 5 seed over here in women's 2 jump. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty once again over here. First jump was a fall. She got it out there about 77 feet. She's got an average right around 87. So we'll wait for her to come back and put one out just a little bit further and see if she can challenge Anna Denise. Anna, hold on to that 83-footer, jump number 1. All right, going to be a single weight cut as she edges in nice and strong. Up and over.
Carrie McClure, jump number 1, 3/4 cut, and unfortunately unable to ride that attempt out. So we'll just look at the instant replay with Carrie McClure. Actually, it was a straight-up single cut and took in a bags of speed into the bottom of the ramp. And we will return with her in just a moment. second jump attempt. This is Kerry McClure taking in a little bit more heat into the bottom of the jump, and with that increased edge, in a better position to land and ride that jump out.
That's 6 at 32 off for the number 6 seed, Garrett Stallings.
So well and truly on fire there with that jump there. That was Kerry McClure. We'll look and find out what her jump distance was on that second attempt. She failed to land the first one. And don't forget, Kerry McClure out of the great state of Ohio. All right then, so the distance being published right now, it is 92 feet. 92 feet, it is enough for the lead at this halfway stage of the women's 2 jump event. 92 feet or 27.9 meters. That is Kerry McClure. Here's Kerry on jump number 3. Can she get into the triple digits? I don't think so with jump number 3, but certainly gave it a good try. So with 4 competitors to go, fair to say that our lead competitor, Kerry McClure, has already put herself in a position where she will get a top 5 medal. That is Kerry McClure at the dockside area right now. The distance coming through now for Kerry McClure, it is a 92-footer, 92 feet. I believe on that last jump, we'll confirm the distance there for Kerry McClure on that particular attempt in women's 2 jumping. Distance for Kerry McClure, 92 feet or 28 meters exactly, 28.0 for 92 feet. So just marginally better. In fact, actually, the difference between jump number 2 and jump number 3 was 10 centimeters in favor of the third jump. All right, Jasmine Gagne. So coming to us out of Alabama, it's Jasmine Gagne. All right, so here we go. This is Jasmine Gagne. Up and over and well and truly landed there on jump number 1. Good solid effort there and good strike on jump number 1. I think that one is going to be in the 90-foot range. That is Jasmine Gagne. Distance coming through momentarily for Jasmine. This should put her in at least within striking distance of Kerry McClure, who previously jumped 92 feet or 28.0 meters. Okay, so within striking distance, 24.8 meters to 4.8 meters or 81 feet. 81 feet, so she's still got a little bit of ground to make up here. So let's have a look and see what she has got in store for us with the remaining 2 jumps. Setting up the boat, and looks like she's going to be attacking the ramp once again with the single cut. Drives it on home, and beauty of a jump there. Good positioning, good lift for Jasmine Gagne.
Fletcher home coming in 35 feet off the line.
A lot of great slalom in action taking place on the water. I believe it is men's 1 slalom, and they're coming through with some great performances there. Women's 2 jump, we're on skier number 6 of 9. And I believe there'll be an increase in distance for Jasmine on the strength of that second jump. All right. All right, now with a jump distance of 26.6 meters for Jasmine Gagne. It is the equivalent of 87 feet. All right, 87 feet confirmed by our officials. 87 feet. That vaults Jasmine Gagne into second place, and with 3 competitors left to go, assures her a medal in the top 5. Here comes Jasmine. One more attempt here to try and better Kerry McClure's best jump distance of 92 feet or 28 meters exactly. Needs to claw back about 1.4 meters. Boom, hits the ramp. And wonderfully executes this jump. Up, over, and will land and ride that jump distance away. That is Jasmine Gagne. Kayla Hurstead comes up next, and she will leave the dock around about now.
And Mr. Newman, since I think you had a great observation of this men's 1 slalom, I want you to tell it again because that was a great analogy.
27.1 meters or 89 feet. So her best jump distance is that jump of 89 feet. Doesn't make any further inroads into the leaderboard, however. So Jasmine Gagne with an 89-footer is fairly and squarely in second place, and Kerry McClure assured of at least a top 4 position when all is said and done. And Kayla Hurstead, 3 jumps at her disposal. We will see what she can do. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Over there is Troll's owner. And I've got the jump in coverage, and he has slalom. Working our way towards the end of day 7 action here at the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. Here we go. This is Kayla Hurstead. 3/4 cut straight away, lands jump number 1. And that one should be at least 90 feet, I would surmise at this point. Certainly has the kind of edge and the kind of lift that would take her close to that distance level.
Oh, there we go. 97 on that jump number 1. 29.7 meters. We got it down here.
All right, pushing out a distance, and it is 29.7 meters or 97 feet. So right off the first attempt, right off the bat, Kayla Hurstead has vaulted herself into the lead and assures herself a top 3 position at least when all is said and done. But let's see what she can do to put a little bit more heat and a little bit more pressure on the remaining 2 competitors to come. We've got Lauren Grubb and Lauren Smith on deck, ready to go in the women's 2 jump event. Up and over there for Kayla Hurstead, taking in a lot of speed there on jump number 2. And the timing was a little bit better, I suspect, as well. Just keeping the line tight, a critical element to any successful jump. Rolling a little bit towards the boat and having the presence of mind to provide a little bit more resistance as she got nearer the jump.
Everything else is clean and green as far as water conditions go here. Water's Edge Estates in Bloomington, Illinois. So, if you hear us announcing we're not going to throw any buckets there, we're going to throw it here.
Distance coming through 105 feet or 32.1 meters, 105. And taking into account the average jumps from Lauren Grubb and Lauren Smith, that is going to put some serious heat on those 2 remaining competitors. Looking to try and pad her best distance in this event. This is Kayla Hurstead, who averaged just a shade over 90 feet coming into this event, and has already set this competition alight in women's 2 with a best jump of 1:05 right now. There we go, look at that. Bringing in even more speed into the bottom of the jump. So a good effort all the way through. Starting off with a jump distance of the high 90s, and that one should be about the mid 100s. So I would say, well, somewhere in between 100 and 110. She got 105 feet to get, so we're going to wait on the last jump distance. She's in the dock right now, and Lauren Grubb on the water as it stands. Kayla Hurstead with a 1:03 for Kayla Hurstead, and that is 31.5. On the water right now is Lauren Grubb.
Off your new leader, Midwest skier Hunter Duffy, answering the call, taking the lead as he is the 4-seed skier here in this Min 1 event with 3:38 off. Hunter Duffy, your new leader.
All right, here we are, and here we go, right here, right now. Next competitor, our penultimate competitor in women's 2. This is Lauren Grubb, straight up single cut. Oh, and so looked okay into the base of the jump, but the landing could have done with some work. This jump would have been well inside 90 feet, but just couldn't handle the bounce back on the landing. And we'll bring Lauren Grubb back into the jump course right after these. All right. Second to last competitor out, and coming in on her middle jump, jump number 2. This is Lauren Grubb. Boat speed powering her into the ramp, and will land and ride that one out. Yes, absolutely exploding off the top there. A little squatted down coming into the base of the jump, and fully controlled that jump. The distance will be known almost immediately with Lauren Grubb. She's certainly going to go higher than 50 feet, or a number of other jumps towards the tail end of our leaderboard at this time. Lauren Grubb with a decent single cut. Okay, so 91 feet. So that puts her within 0.3 of a meter of Kerry McClure. It's 91 feet from Lauren Grubb versus Kerry McClure right now with a 92-footer. And Kayla Hurstad still in the lead with a 105 and ensuring her a spot in the top 3 now. Could 105 actually be a spot in the top 2? The only person who can defend against that is Lauren Grubb with 91 feet under her belt so far. She's going to do a single cut once again, so the likelihood of her getting to that distance isn't particularly great. And there we go, Lauren Grubb. Lauren Grubb's average jump is around 92 feet. So this is probably standard practice there for her, not attempted to do the 3/4 cut. So that was Lauren Grubb, and the distance I think is going to be just a skosh further. All right, so now we have got a 94-footer, 94 feet, so she swaps places with a Kerry McClure. Lauren Grubb in second place with a 94-footer, or 28.8 meters. That is 0.8 of a meter in front of Kerry McClure, but still significantly behind our lead jumper, who is Kayla Hurstad with a 105. And that 105 is assured Kayla Hurstad of a top 2 placement. But would it be enough for the win, though? Lauren Smith is on the water now. Wanted to challenge that lead distance with the 3 jumps that she has at her disposal. Well, there you go. Here we go with Lauren Smith. Lauren Smith coming in on jump number 1, and she's going to take a 3/4 cut here. Her best average is 101 feet, and would need something like that and then some if she's to get anywhere close to Kayla Hurstad's best jump of 105 up and over, and I think it's going to be in that kind of territory in the triple digits. The question is, how far is it going to be? How much further than 100 feet are we looking for here?
So after the review, 3 at 38 off, Carter Eaton. So that's a tie between Carter and...
All right, so we're waiting with bated breath now. Lauren Smith on the board with her jump distance. We're going to get the official score being published right now. All right, so distance coming up on your screen right now for Lauren Smith on jump number 1, 97 feet, 97 feet. That puts her in the top 2, and that therefore means that position number 3 to position 5 is locked in, with Lauren Grubb taking 3rd place with 94 feet, Kerry McClure with 92 feet, and 89-footer for Jasmine Gagne secures 5th place for her. The main question is, who will take the gold and who will take the silver in the women's 2 jump contest? Lauren Smith has 2 jumps remaining and needing to try and find another 8 feet on top of 97 feet that she produced on jump number 1. Good stout effort there on jump number 2. Kayla Hurstead still that very, very respectable target from her with 32.1 meters or 105 feet. Conditions in very, very good form out there for both slalom and the jump event. All right, so the distance coming through for Lauren Smith, it is 101 feet, 101 or 30.9. So looking to try and find another 4 feet on top of that jump to take the lead and the win. Matter of fact, when it comes down to the metric system, she's looking for about 1.2 meters to put her on level terms at the very least. Lauren Smith, one final crack at this jump, needing to claw back 4 feet. Kayla Hurstead, our third from last competitor, jumping way better than her average, putting about a 15-foot cushion on top of her average. Here comes Lauren Smith, third and last jump. And I'm not too sure whether that's gone anywhere closer to Kayla Hurstead.
We know we're going to have a runoff in this event. We don't
All right, so that jump there for Lauren Smith.
Very smooth looking 35 off right now. And through the
All right, the distance on that last jump, it's a distance of 95 feet, which means that our national champion in women's 2 jump is Kayla Hurstead. Kayla Hurstead, your winner in women's 2 jump. Congratulations to her. Her distance of 105 was enough to take the win. Ahead of Lauren Smith with a 101, Lauren Grubb with 94, Kerry McClure with 92, Jasmine Gagne with 89 feet. Those are your top 5. The remainder of the results you can see at waterskiresults.com. All right, women's 1 jump comes up next, right after these, the 79th Goode Waterski Nationals.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with him, a good relationship with the company, and I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
Careful who you cross, careful who you test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Business started in 1971 when Rob Shirley put his faith in my brother Dennis and his wife Denise to become the very first Mastercraft dealer in the world. 50 years, kind of crazy. We became the very first Mastercraft dealer, and we're the #1 selling Mastercraft dealer in the world over that time, making families grow and enjoy their time on the water. The boat behind us is a 1976 Stars and Stripes, and it was the first year of the Stars and Stripes. And when we think of iconic Mastercraft, we think of Stars and Stripes and all the memories that have been created from 1976 on with that boat. We were trying to decide what to do to celebrate 50 years and what we could do that would be unique and what we could do to give back somehow. And literally, I got out of the shower one morning and told Mary, we're gonna buy a ProStar and give it away and give it to some good organization that can do some good.
When we looked for someone that we could partner with to celebrate our 50 years in business with Mastercraft, we wanted one that embodied family support. St. Jude's Children's Research Center is a worldwide leader in research, prevention, and treatment of catastrophic children's diseases. So they share our mission. Where we're bringing families together, they're trying to keep families together. That's why we chose St. Jude's.
We're just so grateful for all of our charity partners. We're all in this fight together against childhood cancer, and partnerships like this ultimately help us save lives. We're just so truly grateful for the opportunity to partner together, to have some fun, to auction off an amazing boat, and of course, save lives.
It made sense for us to tie this together to bring in a new ProStar to give away. The boat represents 50 years of hard work, great fun, great employees, wonderful customers. It symbolizes our past and our commitment to the future. It's your chance to donate to a great cause with a great boat.
The consistent thread over the 50 years of Mastercraft's history is the ProStar. So there was no more fitting boat to choose than the ProStar. This has been a family thing, and it's not just family, but it's the action family.
Introducing the IWWF license, a new initiative starting January 4th, 2021 to make the IWWF World Titled events more affordable for organizers and increase bidding for best venues for athletes to perform. An annual fee of just $25 or a single tournament fee of $7 will go towards improving the experience for athletes. The IWWF thanks you for your support in continuing to try and improve World Titled events. This new mandatory license can be purchased quickly and easily on the IWWF website.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands, including...
All right then, returning with the jump event, we got Sydney Keener. Her best average, just a little over 31 feet. Oh, getting pulled over the jump, and unfortunately didn't have her skis far enough underneath her. Using those Kidder hybrid jump skis from way back in the 80s. Trying to use those and sliding a little bit up the jump. Lands, but unfortunately doesn't ski away from it. We'll wait to see how her second jump transpires. Sydney Keener.
A glitch at number 5 and still gets out around number 6.
All right then, so following on through, we've got Sydney Keener. The last women's one competition that we'll see at the 79 Goode Waterski Nationals up and barely lands and rides it out, so she'll get the score that she'll need to be eligible for a position in the overall honors. Came up the jump in more or less the same fashion, but she let the boat pull her back over her jump skis to keep her up on top of the water. Was still sliding out towards the back a little bit. That made that jump a little bit more difficult for her to land and ride out. Sydney Keener. Distance coming through on the lower third. All right, 9.8 meters, 9.8 or 32 feet. 32 feet on jump number 2. Jump number 3, third and final attempt. Sydney Keener up and getting into a pretty good rhythm with her landings now. That is Sydney Keener.
Kelvin will come running out of that trailer and dot me in the eye right now. 35 on Hunter Duffy. Round one, he's setting the pace here. He turned gold or silver in this runoff. He's getting around 4, stretched out. Able to get it back at 5. He didn't get around 6. It appears that way through the gate. So, Hunter Duffy also coming off the dock. And running 35 off the dock.
All right, so looking for the distance on the third and last attempt there for Sydney Keener. Matter of fact, she loses 20 centimeters on jump number 3, so her best jump distance is 32 feet or 9.8 meters. 9.8 meters. So now on the water for her first of 3 attempts, it is Allison Hinrichs.
This runoff for first place, he got the first skier on the water in this runoff. That's Hunter Duffy. He's at 38 off. He wants to get deep, if not run this pass. Pretty good one ball. Let's see how he comes out at 2 with a shoulder lead coming out at 2 to 3.
A lot of action on the slalom lake in the men's one competition, and here we are on the jumping lake with continuing coverage of these national championships. Up and over with Allison Hinrichs, and lands and rides that distance out. Beautiful looking jump there. Well constructed, well landed, and we'll see if she's frisky enough to come in a little bit more aggressively with the remaining jumps at her disposal. So,
Duffy, they are going to do a video review. They want to make sure the proper person is put on the spot on this podium call. In the men one, video review is slalom event. So, confirm Hunter Duffy right now setting the pace with 2 at 38 off.
so the distance coming through any moment now for Allison Hinrichs, and it is. All right, so it is 52 feet. 52 feet coming through. It is 15.7 meters. 15.7 meters. That vaults her straight into the lead with 2 jumps left for her to complete. This division of women's one has 11 jumpers. We are on jumper number 2. Allison Hinrichs now. Jump number 2, up and over, and coming in for an even better landing that time.
We need to get through this so I can have a break.
So Allison there on jump number 2. Looks pretty good there.
This is going to be a gold medal.
Okay, so that jump had indications of being longer, but unfortunately it is not. It's 51 feet or 15.4 meters.
What he needed to do to win this runoff between he and Hunter Duffy. Very exciting skiing in this Men 1 event. Two runoffs to decide the top 5 podium spots. Carter Eaton ends up being on top.
All right, so Third and last attempt. Monitoring the situation on the slalom lake and seeing Carter Eaton come through with the win in his division. So congratulations to him as Allison Hinrichs lands jump number 3 and goes into the dock. So here we go. Allison Hinrichs on jump number 3. The distance should be revealed to us in just a few moments' time. Just tabulating the numbers and making sure that we got the right one. And another boat is on the water. The Nautiques by Correct Craft pulling our women's 1 jumpers. And our next women's 1 jumper is Amanda Lutzvager Rose. Now, last jump for Allison Hinrichs, also 51 feet. It's 15.6 meters, so her best jump is actually 15.7 meters or 52 feet. So, decent skiing there from her. And now we've got Amanda Lutzvager Rose with her best average of 63 feet.
Next up, this is Amanda Rose Lutzwanger coming in, jump number 1.
Doing okay. I just ate an orange and a banana.
So now approaching the jump, 3 attempts. Amanda Lutzvager Rose. Off the wake and into the jump and hitting the ramp a little bit with her heels and leaning away a little bit across her left jump ski. And taking a look at this once again, and there you see her already leaning away from the towboat and not fully enhancing, harnessing the power, so to speak. And there you go, with jump number 1 for Amanda Lutzvager. Okay, pushing 18.4 or 60 feet, so she is in the lead at this point, Amanda. Here we go on skier number 3 of 11 in the women's 1 jump category. Little out the back there. And still not fully harnessing the boat's power effectively. Just leaning back on the jump skis, and as soon as she hits, things start to slip out from underneath her, like getting the rug pulled out from underneath you. And Amanda Lutzvager Rose. All right, pushing out our distance. It is a 66-foot jump, 66 feet for Amanda Rose Lutzvager. All right, so here we go, coming in on jump number 3. Let's see what we got here. Up the ramp one more time. A little bit further forward, but still way back on those jump skis and not getting the full extension off the top of the ramp. Up and over, but that's about the extent of it for Amanda Lutzvaga-Rose. In the women's one competition, we got 8 remaining in this competition. It is a 69-footer, 69 feet, or 21.1 meters. Skier on the water right now, having just left the dock, it is Jade Hansen.
like
35 years of age, you've got to... All right then, so here we go. This is Jade Hansen, jump number 1. And just by the sheer fact that she attempted a 3/4 cut into the ramp and landed that jump, I think that jump might actually take the lead at this point in the proceedings. Jade Hansen not taking this jump particularly late, mind you. Can almost call that a glorified single cut with the amount of speed and the distance achieved from it.
Elote.
All right, the jump distance is a 71-footer, 21.6 meters for Jade Hansen, taking an immediate lead by about half a meter there. So here we go. One more time for Jade Hansen. She's got another 2 jumps at her disposal as she gets set to edge to the right-hand side. This is a shallow 3/4 cut. And now as she turns towards the jump, feeling the power of that Nautique toe bone and getting over the skis this time. The distance is gonna be a lot longer than the jump that she produced on her first attempt. A lot more confident going forward. Just really moving well off the top of the jump there. That's Jade Hansen.
Championships. The next event on our list is the Master Men's Slalom event. You're watching Lake 1. I'm Troy Zellner. On Lake 2, calling the jump event is Tony Lightfoot. So this men's event.
Okay, the distance is 76 feet, 76 feet. 76 feet on that jump for Jade Hansen.
Right now on the water, Stephen Grubbs, pass number 1, 28 all.
Well, welcome to Master Men's Slalom. The best of the best at 34 feet. Grubbs, the first skier on the water from Sacramento.
All right, so 76 feet on jump number 2, coming in for third and last. Up and over and landing that one. I suspect it's going to be there and thereabouts. keeping the same boat speed of 51K or a shade under 32 miles an hour. The ramp height is still 5 foot high. We haven't changed that ramp height since we started a good few hours ago. So that was Jade Hansen. We are on skier 4 of 11 in the women's 1 competition. Distance coming through, it is 79 feet. 79 feet on a jump number 3. We're going to get the metric equivalent very, very soon for Jade Hansen. Actually, not Jade Hansen. Yeah, we are on Jade Hansen, I do believe. It is 79 feet. It's 24 meters exactly. Now, next competitor up, it is going to be Michaela Gardner.
Coming in for jump number 1, 32 miles per hour in the boat. And looks like Michaela setting herself up.
All right, so we're on skier 5 of 11 here in the women's 1 jump competition. Taking a soft approach here off the wake, coming into the base of that 5 foot high ramp. And using that speed to great effect.
So running 32 off, that's going to cut us to the blue loop, 35 off. Steve Grubbs, your first Masterman slalom skier in this event at the 79th Goode Waterski National Championship. You can see the boat crew up on the road. You can see the Malibu sitting by the OJ Prop Island. That team of guys taking care of boats all week long. They're pulling these boats, they're taking them around, they're detailing them, bringing them up, getting them back to the owners of that promotion.
All right then. Jump distance, 80 feet. So 80 feet there for Michaela Gardner, or 24.5 meters is enough for the lead by half a meter. When we factor in the metric system, 24.5 versus 24 meters. The difference between Michaela Gardner and Jade Hansen at almost the halfway stage of the women's 1 jump competition. 2 more jumps, however, for Michaela Gardner is coming her way. Ooh, good strong edge. Good looking jump for Michaela Gardner.
All these replays coming to you after every pass. Sponsored by Zero Off Cruise Control, Speed Control in all these boats here at the National Championships. Zero Off.
So 2 jumps down, 1 to go for Michaela Gardner.
Brother, I am about to fall asleep in the sun. I'm not going to lie.
These guys get into some serious.
Okay, Masterman, we're on the first gear. He's now at 30 feet off the line.
All right then, so the distance. It is 26.5 meters, 26.5 or 87 feet for Michaela Gardner.
Gets around 5, breaking into place. Is he going to be able to get up to 6? No, he's inside of 6.
So here we go, 1 final attempt here and now for Michaela Gardner. There we go, better over the skis this time. A little bit of a bounce on the landing, but able to take that jump and work that into something spectacular. The distance still yet to be revealed for Michaela Gardner, but as she makes her way back to the dock, our next competitor is already out on the water. It's Savannah Lutz. So Michaela Gardner's middle jump is 87 feet. Okay, so the third and last jump was an 82-footer, which means that 87 feet is the best jump there for Michaela Gardner. It is enough for the lead for her. And now on the water we have Savannah Lutz. So here we are, folks. We have got Savannah Lutz, our 6th skier from last. Beyond this point, we will start awarding medals to the top 5 based upon where they are in relation to each other. Here we go. That is Savannah Lutz taking jump number 1 and sending it. Savannah Lutz with an average of 89 feet, just a little bit above that.
I'm Troy Zellner right here, Lakewood. That's Stephen Lightfoot right next to Lake 2. He's calling women 1 or women 2? Women 1 jump over there on the jump lake. So watch us live. Simultaneous coverage, bringing you live coverage of the U.S. Waterski Nationals. Is 7.
All right, we got a new leader, 92 feet on jump number 1, Savannah Lutz. Getting it started right with that first single waist jump.
Okay, it is 27.9 meters on jump number 1, which for your viewing pleasure is a 92-footer. It's enough for the lead off the very first attempt. The difference now between Savannah Lutz and Michaela Gardner, who has now been relegated to 2nd place, about just a little over a meter. Nicely executed jump there in the middle part of the jumping order. We are on skier number 6 of 11, Savannah Lutz. She has an average approaching 90 feet. And that jump could be exceeding that particular mark. Already exceeded it with a 92-footer on the previous jump, so she's definitely got a lot going for her, Savannah Lutz. All right, so
Sun is out. Temperature's around 80 degrees.
Savannah wants to put a little bit more out there to try to challenge Samantha.
okay, pushing out the distance, and it is a 95-footer, 95 feet for 29.1 meters. One final crack at that ramp. Let's see how much pressure, how much duress she can impose upon the remainder of the field as we bring on the top half of our seeds. This is a single cut and just absolutely launches on that one. Still just a straight up single cut. Doesn't quite have the timing dialed down for a 3/4.
He's going to be able to come back at 38 off and have the opportunity to challenge that lead that Steve Grubbs has of 5 at 38. Here we'll with a slight headwind.
Looking sensational out there. That was Savannah Lutz with jump number 3. On the water now is Samantha Stackpole. So 99 feet there for Savannah on jump number 3, extending her lead out. Started off with 92, then continued on. Continued on with 95, and now ends off with 99 feet or 30.3 meters. There is your leaderboard. Savannah Lutz with 99 feet. Michaela Gardner with 89 feet in second. Jade Hansen, 9. Amanda Rose with 69. Allison Henricks with 52. Sydney Kenner. Sydney Keener there in 6th place with her particular effort. And all those results can be found at waterskiresults.com. All right, the full double cut now for Samantha Stackpole. Trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink into this one. Turns and drives it into the jump. Didn't quite like the timing, so dropped the handle and passed up on the bottom left-hand corner of the jump. And we'll rejoin her shortly. Samantha Stackpole passing up on jump number 1. Let's see what she's got. Jump number 2 now. Still remarkably early off that turn, but still edging all the way through and taking jump number 2. Comes off the turn, sets the edges, and tries to drive through the ramp. There you go, up and over. So decent effort there once again from Samantha Stackpole. Let's see what her distance is. It should come up very, very soon. All right, so it's a 98-footer coming through right now. It's the equivalent of 29.9 meters, which puts her to within 0.4 of a meter of Savannah Lutz, whose jump of 99 feet is still the lead with 30.3 meters. So Samantha Stackpole trying to take dead aim at this one. If she takes the lead at this point in the proceedings, then she'll have guaranteed herself a place on the podium in the top 5, because we have 4 competitors remaining. Here she comes. Oh my word, she's late on this one. She's going to have to push this one to get on. and gets a brilliant jump there. That should put her into the triple digits. Samantha Stackpole, her average is a 95-footer. But I'm supremely confident with that one that it's gone into triple digits.
Fried chicken or hot ham and cheese?
But just looking at this once again for Samantha Stackpole, we're looking at the change in the lead and how, look at this. Samantha Stackpole. Okay, so Samantha Stackpole, the series of distances you're going to see on the bottom third of your screen. 106 feet, 106, 106 feet for Samantha Stackpole taking the lead. All right, next jumper to come, it is going to be Nikki Weber.
Got to make this. If he's going to challenge the leader.
All right, Nikki Weber it is on top of the wall right now, and score that she's trying to hunt down. It's a 106-foot leap. Here in the women's one jumping competition, let's see what Nikki Weber can conjure up. Women's one, skiers aged between 18 and 25 inclusive. And there you go, that is Nikki Weber producing the goods on jump number one. We'll see if that's anywhere close to triple digits. Has a score under her belt, but getting a little bit on the back of the skis, and that also cost her that particular jump distance. All right, distance coming out. It is an 87-footer, 26.5 to 6.5 for a skier that trains out over at Bennett's Waterski and Wakeboard School in Zachary, Louisiana. Not only has she been working there coaching and during the daytime, but has also been working feverishly hard to secure the sponsors and so on and so forth in her role as tournament director for the NCWSA National Championships, which will take place in Zachary in the middle portion of October. Up and over she goes. And unfortunately rolling out towards the back, that is Nikki Weber on jump number 2. So it won't go any further than 87 feet, at least not with jump number 2. We'll see if she's got anything left in the tank for jump number 3. It is Nikki Weber. All right, third and last jump. Here we go. This is Nikki Weber, jump number 3, up and over. Struggles a little bit with the landing, but manages to ride out that jump. That is Nikki Weber. So there, that is Nikki Weber on jump number 3. Her best up to this point is 26.5 meters or 87 feet. Would that jump be enough to see her go higher on the leaderboard? Doubtful at this point, but we'll see in the fullness of time. Okay, so the distance coming through for Nikki Weber, it is a 95-footer, 95 feet. Doesn't see her move up any higher from where she was in third place, but it is a little bit closer to Savannah Lutz's best jump at 99 feet. Samantha Stackpole has just vaulted herself into the top 5 with her jump of 106 feet at the very least. Now, here we go. We've got 3 more competitors to go. So not only is Samantha Stackpole put herself in a position to be in the top 5, but also Savannah Lutz as well with a 99-footer. Here we go. Let's see what our next competitor has. This is Taylor Grafwald. Didn't like the look of that setup, passed up on the jump. We'll look at this one on the instant replay. Took a look at the ramp. Came off the second, realizing that the edge would send her completely past that jump on its current trajectory. And we will return to her momentarily.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
Here we go. Next jump for Taylor Grafwald, passing up jump number 1. Second jump looked a heck of a lot better. It took the attempt this time around and trying to throw it down against Samantha Stackpole, who is currently in the lead. And will end up in the top 5 no matter what happens. The distance coming through any moment now for Taylor Grafwald. All right, it is a distance of 32.5 meters. Taylor Grafwald, 32.5. The distance for her is going to be very, very significant because it is enough to take the lead. Okay, pushing out the distance. There we go. It's a 1:07. That puts her in the top 5 at least when all is said and done with the leaderboard. Here she comes. Jump number 3. Good, solid effort this time for Taylor Graffwall. 107 feet on the previous jump, which gave her a 0.2 of a meter cushion ahead of Samantha Stackpole. I wonder if she increased that cushion somewhat with a third and last attempt. This is Taylor Graffwall. All right, pushing out the distance. The distance is a 1:15, 115 feet or 35 meters for Taylor Graffwall, and that has reset the target somewhat. The 2 remaining competitors consist of Chelsea Newman going out last, but before her it's going to be Bailey Graffwall. Bailey Graffwall will take to the water next. All right, here we are. Come down to our penultimate competitor in the women's 1 jump competition. It is Bailey Graffwall, averaging a skosh above 108 feet, but will look to try and best that average. And it would have to be a significant jump because the current lead is being held by her sister, Taylor Graffwall. Here we go. Here comes Bailey Graffwall, jump number 1. Let's see what she's got. Up and over, and Bailey Graffwall lands a decent looking attempt on jump number 1.
Is Jared going to watch you? I think Jared's going to try and get over here, but I think Jeff Smith.
All right, as Bailey Graffwall works her way towards the end of the lake.
All right, 104 feet, just beyond that 100-foot mark with a nice looking
104, 104 feet with 2 competitors. Well, actually, 1 competitor remains. Whoever is in the top 4 has made it through to the podium. That involves Savannah Lutz, Bailey Graffwall, Samantha Stackpole, and Taylor Graffwall so far. So 31.8 is for Bailey Graffwall. Jump number one, and looking very, very aggressive here. Lifting that right ski to reduce friction so she can get wider up on the towboat. And coming into the jump a little bit out of position, and records a reduced distance as a result. Coming in and just crushing that jump, unfortunately unable to fully control it.
So that means Casey Conto still your leader with 3 at 39.5 off. That moves up to a
And we're back on, and good to see you tuning in. 98 feet there for Bailey Graffwall on that jump. Nowhere near the distance that she produced on jump number one. On jump number one, 93 feet or 28.3 meters. So it comes down to one last jump to see if she can claw back the deficit. Try and get closer to her sister, Taylor Graffwall, who's in a pretty good lead right now of 115 feet. Here we are, Bailey Graffwall. A decent looking jump, but I don't think it's enough to get close to Taylor Graffwall's score. The speed looked good coming off the turn. It looked a little bit early coming into the jump, but just as she stood up, the ski split out from underneath her.
If you were near the VIP yesterday, or last night I should say, and you're missing your smartwatch, come see the announcer.
All right, so Bailey Graffwall, unfortunately unable to move much beyond where she was on the jumping leaderboard. 102 feet on jump number 3. So 104 feet or 31.8 is the distance that will carry for her. Taylor Graffwall, in the meantime, still in the lead with 150 feet or 35 meters. And now, let's see what Chelsea Newman could do with the 3 jumps at her disposal. Originally out of the state of Tennessee. It's Tennessee versus Texas right here, right now, behind that Correct Craft Nautique towboat. Here comes Chelsea Newman. Out wide. Oh, she's late on jump number 1. She's really going to have to work hard to make it onto the jump. And clinching her wrist a little bit there with her left hand. She took a highly unnecessary risk on the jump number 1. She turned, she realized that she had to push to get on, and then just squatted to get the skis onto the jump at the very least, and that sent her cartwheeling out the back. Chelsea Newman will wait for her to recover, but suffice to say that she scored 0 on jump number 1 and will now have to battle hard to get in any way, shape or form in position to challenge for the lead of Taylor Graffwall. Just look at that off the top. In her defense, she held on with that handle and kept it all the way through the landing because Had those skis have come off at the wrong time, they could have caused some damage to her. All right, we'll be back right after this. All right, so we have Chelsea Newman. Took a particularly nasty fall on jump number 1, averaging 126 feet. Coming into this event, and we'll see what she can do with a 2nd of 3 attempt. Has been advised by her father, Tommy Newman, one of those Tennessee nasty boys, to go just a skosh earlier. And taking this one real early on jump number 2 and launches off the top. But is that enough for the win, we wonder? So shook off that that first jump, and this second one just aimed those skis towards the deck, and then uncorks a beauty of a jump there. That was Chelsea Newman. The distance coming through momentarily there for Chelsea Newman. All right, and it is enough for the win. So Chelsea Newman, with 124 feet, is your national champion in Women's 1 and has one more attempt to come. So there we go, winner, winner for Chelsea Newman in Women's 1. Didn't look particularly promising on jump number 1, but jump number 2 delivered where it counted. Let's see if she can take this one a little bit later. 3rd and last attempt, up and over, and brings the skis in for a decent landing there for Chelsea Newman. There you go, up and over, and I'm not too sure whether that was the kind of distance that she truly wanted, but it doesn't matter in terms of the Women's 1 national title. She has that distinction now on top of the podium. and jump exactly the same distance, both in feet and inches and in metric. 37.7 meters or 124 feet to conclude the women's one jumping competition. Men's one is about to take place in a few minutes, but there you see the women's one jump leaderboard. Newman, Taylor Graffwell, Samantha Stackfall, Bailey Graffwell, and Savannah Lutz in your top 5. The rest of the results you can see at Waterski results.com. My name is Tony Lightfoot. I'll be continuing to provide coverage for our very last jump event. It is men's one, and it will be coming your way in just a few minutes. Congratulations to Chelsea Newman for winning the women's one national jump title. The men's one jump will take place in a few minutes right here at the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2, visible plate, could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Okay, folks, returning to live action. We are on the last event. We're going to start out with the ramp at 5 foot high. Joseph Skelton will be our first competitor out. So here we go. Here comes Joseph Skelton on jump number 1. Looks like he's going to pass around the bottom left-hand corner. Looked a little bit early. And while we come up and get ready for jump number 2, we'll step to one side.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Okay, back with action. Joseph Skelton will be approaching the jump one more time. He passed up on jump number 1. He's going to have an attempt at jump number 2. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Troy Zollner. Troy is going through the slalom event, and I'm going to take you through the jump event through its conclusion. 15 jumpers on this list. The first of them is Joseph Skelton. Up and over will land and ride that one out, so he's going to get a distance on that one.
But now we got to run off. We got to run off between first place.
Ryan's going to be first. Casey's going to be second. Ryan setting the pace. Casey feeling the pressure of whatever Brian may do.
101.5. And I believe Steven Grubbs was 101. I can tell you for a fact.
Second place in this Master Men's event at the 79th Goode Waterski Nationals here.
All right, then. So the skier on the water, misidentified as Joseph Skelton. This is Eaton Carter, or rather Carter Eaton, I beg your pardon, who just came off the water not too long ago, having won the men's one national slalom title in the runoff situation that he was under a few minutes ago. So no sooner that he had slalomed, he's back on the water and he is jumping. Eaton Carter with a 3/4 cut, averages about 82 feet. Let's see what he's got. Up and over will ride out that particular effort, so that is Eaton Carter.
Between first and second place. I'm sure Brian wanted to set a mark much higher than that, but going around 3, he's going to...
Setting out a pretty good distance on his third and last attempt.
What's going through his head? He's got to get...
26.9 meters or 88 feet on jump number 3 for Carter Eaton. Carter Eaton with a distance of 88 feet, which is a lot better than his average of 82. We await the next skier to make his way into the course. We'll be back right after we see some award presentations in the jump event. I believe this is our women's one jump event. We'll be back right after this. All right then, on the water. This, according to our schedule, is Calvin Neff. Driving it in, and a beauty of a first jump there.
He's out of one. Now all he's got to do is pull long enough to get per out 3. And with the fist pump, he knows he's the winner.
So there we go. That's Calvin Neff on jump number 1 for him, placing a score. Is it going to be enough to take the lead away from Carter Eaton?
So your winner in the Masters Men 2021 Goode National in first place.
Just waiting on the distance to come through.
In third, Daniel Ingram. In fourth, Darren Montgomery. And in fifth, Stephen Grubbs. Congratulations, Master Man.
Okay, so looks like we got a dead heat between Carter Eaton and Calvin Neff. Both of them have jumped 88 feet or 26.9 meters, exactly the same in feet and inches and in metric. But Calvin Neff has 2 aces up his sleeve. The second jump, which he'll take now, and the third and last. Let's have a look and see. This is Calvin Neff. Oh, and coming in with a... Oh, does he let Waterski go? Yes, he does. That is Calvin Neff. Turning in and not looking too bad, but very late on the bottom right-hand corner. All right then, so checking up on Calvin Neff falling on that jump. We'll see if his jump fin is intact. Certainly his second jump is not in terms of jump distance. He was very, very close to the bottom right-hand corner. So it looks like his equipment is still very much there. We're looking at the fins, they're intact. And we'll rejoin him in just a moment.
All right, here we go, folks. This is men's one jump out on the water. Calvin Neff.
All right, then we got Calvin Neff. 88 feet on jump number 1. No distance recorded on jump number 2. Here he comes, third and last attempt. Oh, very close to the bottom right-hand corner again. Flirting with disaster and probably not realizing how much power is in that Mastercraft ProStar 6.2 liter engine by Ilmore. Boom, just hitting it at the bottom right-hand corner and just barely getting on the jump there, Calvin Neff. So some early drama in this event. So last jump there for Calvin Neff, surprisingly. 104 feet. 31.6 meters, 104 feet. He is your new leader. And Calvin Neff, that was one of his better jumps. His best average is 98 feet. All right, next competitor up, according to this list, is going to be Hunter Smith.
I was gonna come when they. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. It means they'll be cold. Thanks, man.
The skiers noticed a little bit of wind damage earlier in the week, but all in all, the Surdays, even Tranquita, Water's Edge as a whole, and the volunteers from all the surrounding states just absolutely pitched in. Thank you to everybody. All right, on the water now, Hunter Smith. Out of New Carlisle, Indiana. I don't really have much more information on him. No bio filled out here, but I do know he's from Indiana. Lots of fine people here from Indiana, so I'm sure Hunter's another one of them. I didn't hear a woo-woo, so I'm not sure. Probably not from Timberlake.
All right then, so we got our next skier on the water. It is going to be Hunter Smith, averaging a shade under 110 feet, and now waiting on that ramp, driving it on home. Oh, and slipping out there with the left ski and just collapsing a little bit, not reacting too well to the ramp surface. I tell you what, a lot of these skiers so far are really feeling the power of that engine, and they need to be prepared for it. Crushing on that jump a little bit, quite a lot as a matter of fact. All right, so he's got 2 more jumps to come. The distance coming through any moment now for Hunter Smith. It is 28.3, 28.3 meters, or 93 feet. Enough to vault him into second place right now. He's about 11 feet behind Calvin Neff at this time.
Overall score, not for placement. I want to clarify that. Hale Burdick on the water. This is not for placement in the Nationals. It's just a score.
Here he comes. There we go. That was Hunter Smith. A lot better jump there. The positioning on the skis right off the turn and consistently through the ramp surface was something that really aided in this jump being a lot further than 93 feet, I would surmise. A little bit of upper body crush, but nothing too serious there for him to deal with. The distance should be into the triple digits. All right, it is 108 feet, 108 off 32.9 meters.
For him. This is 35 off. Again, I want to remind you, this is not for placement, not for the podium. He's out skiing.
All right, here we are, right here, right now. This is Hunter Smith. One last jump off that 5-foot ramp, not getting too much in the way of height, and it's pretty difficult to get a decent amount of height off the 5-foot ramp. But it is one of the safer the safer ramp heights to jump from. Jumping 108 on the previous jump, he's already in the lead by way of that one, and the coming through. It is 113 feet, 113. He has extended his lead with 113 feet off that 5-foot ramp. So Hunter Smith doing not too bad at all. Next competitor to take to the water, according to this list, will be Richard Holliker.
Here we go, 38 off. Cale Burdick skiing for overall points. In the mid-2 event, but it's still a pleasure to watch this slalom from Cale as he's getting through 38 off. That boat speeds 36 miles per hour, in case you weren't aware.
Out of St. Louis, Missouri, our next jumper in the men's one competition, Richard Holliker. Here he comes. Supposed to be 34 miles per hour. He is our number 10 seed. So we're into our top 10 men's one jumper. Look for all these young men going out over 100.
All right, so skier on the water right now is Richard Holliker.
All right, on the slalom ski for overall only here. Cale Burdick. This is 39 and a half off, around 1, over to 2, and around 2. Round 3, is he going to run it? He's a little late coming into 4, but he still gets around, makes a turn. He's around 5, and over to 6. Oh, how that doesn't get his shoulders out of socket, I don't know. But seemingly, to get...
All right, Richard Holliker, his first attempt of 3, turning his skis towards the jump, having to double edge to hit that jump for the first time of 3. Turns and drives the edges through, and then feels the power of the boat and having to work extremely hard to keep his direction. That is Richard Holliker. Distance coming through any moment now for Richard Holliker. It's a 1:02, 1:02. And that is 31 meters exactly, 31.0 meters.
Get a full 2 at 41 off. Finish it with the tick-tock. Cale Burdick having some fun at the end of his set here. He's skiing for overall placement points. So I can't make it clear enough. That was not for placement here in this men to strong event.
Here comes Richard Holliker coming in on jump number 2. Still remarkably early coming into the base of the jump, but still able to keep his edges away from the boat.
Yeah, I commented about the reviews that we had in that Master Men's event. Unbelievable skiing. You know, sometimes it seems seemingly overkill, but with the improvement in technology, even with the Waterski Broadcasting Company having the angles and quality equipment, it's just another way to make sure that the scores are totally correct.
Okay, Richard Holliker, his first jump distance was a 1:02. His second jump distance, okay, so 35.1 meters, 35.1, and that's going to disrupt a couple of things because Richard Holliker has just vaulted himself into the lead with that distance, 35.1 or 115 feet. That is Richard Holliker. Now we still have at least three more competitors here on this list who are jumping at the 5-foot ramp height before we jack the ramp up one last time to the 5.5-foot ramp height, or 1.65 meters high. Here he comes, Richard Holliker, one last time up and over and taking the pull of that towboat and bringing it into a good landing. Richard Holliker.
Lucky fella to be able to follow Cale Burdick. Mark started at 32 miles per hour, 15 off. But I know Cale Burdick well enough to know that there's no way he was intimidating the starting dock at all. He was down there having fun. He's a very modest guy. Mark Zimmerman getting to 1:36 at 32 off, 32 miles per hour, 15 off.
So Richard Holliker on that last jump. Just to remind you on the distance, 114 feet, 114 or 34.7. So decent skiing there from Richard Holliker in the lead with a 115. Now, next competitor up is going to be Hunter Duffy.
then they'll go back and work their way through the list again with the 5.5-foot jumpers in just a few minutes. Darren Montgomery, come on down. Please get your medal.
All right, here we go. Hunter Duffy out of Minnesota. Let's see what he's got on jump number 1. Always taking an aggressive approach here. Hunter Duffy, jump number 1. He's out to the right-hand side of that towboat now, driving it in and unfortunately dropping the handle and missing out on the timing. And we will return after this at the 79th Goode Waterski Nationals. All right, here we are now. This here is Hunter Duffy. Jump number 2. Oh, very late here. Will he make it onto the surface? Yes, he does. And a well-executed jump there. Got the pull right, got the timing right, got the jump right. Hunter Duffy, I believe we're going to have a new leader on the strength of what we've seen on jump number 1, or actually jump number 2 for Hunter Duffy.
So that's 5 1/2 there for your new leader, Michael Kennedy, here in this men 2 slalom event.
All right, up on your screen now, it's 41.3 meters or 135 feet. Has taken the lead away from Richard Holliker by a whole 20 feet. So Hunter Duffy, his best average is around 137 feet, so he's still got a little ways to go before he hits that mark. News to say he can't jump closer than 150 feet. We're gonna see if he can. Between now and the end, Hunter Duffy. Getting pulled towards the bottom right-hand corner, but managing to still survive the jump and ride it out. He'll ski into the dock.
Making his first pass there at 34.22. So now we'll see if Scott wants to increase the boat speed
So at the same time that we find out Hunter Duffy's distance on his last attempt, which I think is going to be less than the 135-foot jump. Indeed it is. We're awarding medals to our recipients. Last jump for Hunter Duffy, it's 129 feet or 39.4 meters. So Hunter Duffy with his jump distance, pass on jump number 1, 135 on the second, which is his best, and 129 on the third. That represents the free jump effort there from Hunter Duffy in the men's one competition. Now we're going to take, I think we're going to take a little bit of a delay because we actually got 2 more competitors to go on the 5-foot ramp height. Colin Fruchy and Andre Broussard. Here's Colin Fruchy on the water, and we will see him in the jump course momentarily.
All right, this is our number 6 seed out of Hanover, Massachusetts, is Colin Fruchy. Okay, third attempt at this course, Mr. Scott Schmidt out of Indiana, coming in at 28 feet off the line, 36 miles an hour. Getting a little bit further, getting bent over at number 4. Quick turn is 5, stretches for 6, gonna take a hit and out the gate. Looks like he made it. All right, Colin Fruchy coming in.
Well, there is Colin Fruchy there on jump number 2 with an average distance of about 137 feet. Would need something around about that range to take the lead away from Hunter Duffy, who came away with 135 feet or 41.3 meters. We'll see what Colin comes up with on jump number 1. He is our penultimate competitor on the ramp height, and everyone else you will see will be jumping at 5.5 feet. Pushing the distance, it is 123.123 or 37.4 meters. 37.4 meters for Colin Fruchy.
Scott Schmidt out of Indiana, coming through the 32 off on this tag.
Get away with this. Stay on him hard. 32 off though. Round 2 inside 3. So 2 and 32 off. Scott Schmidt. Aggressive speed.
All right, so now here we have Colin Fruchy. He opened up with a distance of 123 feet, and I suspect that that jump is going to be a more than a skosh further there for him. Got everything about that jump right. The tight line, the turn, then the drive off the top of the ramp. Little bit of pressure on that Leski coming off the top of the jump, but nothing that he was terribly phased about as he came into the land. 132 feet there on jump number 2. 132. All right then, so here comes Colin Frucci on third and last attempt. Incidentally, his second jump was a 121. So now here he comes on jump number 3. There you go, a far better jump there for Colin Frucci. I believe that is going to be the best jump of the 3 that he's taken. Colin Frucci averaging just slightly under 137 feet whenever you consider all of the performances put together this season, or at least a good few of them anyway. Colin Frucci needing to jump over 135 feet to take the lead away from Hunter Duffy.
Final jump for Colin Frucci was 130 feet. So we'll go with the long one, that 132 feet, putting him right now in second place.
Okay, so pushing the distances out, and just to re-clarify, 132 feet was the distance for Colin Frucci on jump number 2. 40.1 for jump number 2 and 39.7 for jump number 3, the equivalent of 130 feet. Last jump, I'm going to go with the jump height of 5 foot high. It's going to be Andre Broussard, and we'll see him in a moment. All right then, folks, our skier on the water is Andre Broussard. All right, let's see if he can send it on jump number 1. Andre Broussard, originally out of Thibodaux in Southern Louisiana, but now making his residence in Central Florida, working for the Action Water Sports dealership in Central Florida, just across the way from Lake Crew. Oh, passing up on jump number 1. That is Andre Broussard. So now skiing behind his boat of choice, the Mastercraft Pro Star. So he should be quite familiar with the entire package. The engine, the 6.2 liter Ilmor engine, and the Stars and Stripes boat that was used last night was recently auctioned off by Action Water Sports to celebrate 50 years in business as a Mastercraft dealership. They were the first ever Mastercraft dealership in the world way back in 1971. Raised $151,000 with the proceeds going to the St. Jude's Children's Research Center in Memphis, Tennessee. A very, very worthwhile cause. And you can continue to donate. So, passing up on jump number 1, Andre Broussard. Let's see what he can do on the next jump. He will come into jump and feel the power of that race-inspired Ilmor engine. Here he comes, jump number 2. Oh, decent looking jump there from Andre Broussard, coming in hot. On jump number 1, I think it's enough to take the lead. Almost getting broken forward through the wakes, but managing to hold it together and allowing himself to get pulled off the top, and a very, very stiff landing there.
Bringing you behind the scenes footage at the starting dock.
All right, 140 feet on jump number 2. That was 20.
Okay, the distance coming through, and it is a new leader, Andre Broussard, with 142 feet.
Ty Veo, 34 miles per hour, 22 off. Putting in a lot of hours this week helping with the scoring. Ty Veo now has the opportunity to slalom inside hand drags, smacking that 6 ball.
All right, so with a jump distance of 142 feet, Andre Broussard comes back in his 3rd and last attempt. Trained for many years under the watchful eye of Jay Bennett over at Bennett's Waterski School in Zachary, Louisiana. Just going to be the home of the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championships come October. There is Andre Broussard. Came through with an exceptional looking jump on his 3rd and last, but I don't think he'll be quite as long as jump number 2. But stranger things have happened, of course. Andre Broussard with a 142 on jump number 2.
Will Blair, when it comes to registration, there's a packet for you. All right, 134 feet on that final jump. So
And pushing the distance, it is 40.9 or 134 feet. And his best jump, 142, will return with more jumping in a few moments as we continue men's 1 competition.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right, our skier on the water. It's Colton Stephenson. Jump number 1. Oh, look at that. Good skiing there on jump number 1, Colton Stephenson. Oh, actually, it's Brett Stackpole. I beg your pardon. That is Brett Stackpole. So just look at this turn and just look at how late he is compared to everyone else in this competition. That is Brett Stackpole on jump number 1. Good elevation there. Right, that jump there from Brett Stackpole will take the lead. And the distance coming through any moment now for him. 195 feet, 195 for Brett Stackpole. Skiing for overall placement, so actually these jumps are purely for overall placement because he had skied earlier on in the national championships in the open men's competition, so you can't ski in more than one division in one event at any one time during the nationals. So he'd already competed in the open men's qualification round, so he's skiing here purely for an overall placement. Oh, and rocking out towards the back and not getting much out of that jump whatsoever. The first jump that he got was 59.3 or 195 feet. Would be interesting to check up on that second jump. Okay, so we've got 171 feet, 171 or 52.0. A reminder once again, much like Raquel Burdick on the slalom lake in the men's 2 slalom just a while back, he slalomed first out on the water, and he'd already slalomed in the open men's slalom competition to try and qualify, which he did, for the Morley U.S. Open open men's slalom final. That's what happened with Raquel Burdick just a little while ago. Exactly the same deal here. Brett Stackpole earlier jumped in the open competition, therefore cannot place in this division, which is men's 1. There you go. Good skiing there from Brett Stackpole. And jumping for an overall score, which I'm sure it's going to be quite substantive.
Here we go. He needs part of 3 to take the lead. Zachary Cashel, he's around 3, heading over.
Just nicely arcs that buoy, catches up to the boat,
With
and
the
he
fist
pumps
bump
it.
through the gates. Zachary.
Okay, so 58.0 meters or 190 feet. There we go. That is the jump distance for Brett Stackpole. Okay, so now we've gone on from Brett Stackpole. His overall placement jumps. We'll now go on to our first scoring competitor in this event. With the ramp at the 5.5 foot height, or 1.65 meters high, it will be Colton Stephenson.
Setting the pace for the remaining skiers in this.
Okay, our first year in the true men's 2 division, coming in 35 feet off the line.
Decent 1 ball, but coming around 2, he breaks forward, loses his balance, has to stand up at the gates, but 2 at 35 off, your new leader.
All right, here we are with Colton Stephenson. Colton Stephenson.
And now we know why Zach was out there pumping his fist. His average is 93, he just scored a 98. So, a good 5 ahead of average.
So turning round the South Island and now working its way towards the north, our Mastercraft ProStar towboat with the Ilmor 6.2 liter engine, providing more than enough grunt for our jumpers, especially those who choose to jump at the higher ramp height in this division, men's 1. Here we go. Colton Stephenson up and over, riding a little bit out the back, but managing to land that jump and ski it away to get a score with 2 jumps remaining.
Dylan Newton, he's at 34 miles per hour. Rope length is 22 off for his opening pass. He just seen it out in front of him, 2:35 off.
Still coming in at 34 miles an hour, 22 feet off the line.
Dylan Newton.
So we've got a distance of 109 coming through. There it is, 109 or 33.3 meters. 2 attempts remaining for him. Electing to go with the speed of 54 kilometers an hour, or about 33.5 miles an hour. Here we go, Colton Stephenson taking a big old edge off the turn, backing off, and then getting back on the gas again. Not always the safest practice out there. When you commit to an edge, especially when you've got a boat that's powerful as that Mastercraft, you got to stay on those edges. Otherwise, it could really throw you in for a loop, literally.
36 miles per hour, 22 off. Pass number 2.
Dylan Newton coming in from Indiana.
Indiana boy, I hear for the other
All right, so pushing out the distance, 114 feet, 114. Distance, 114 feet. Ferrara and competitor on the water, Colton Stephenson. Colton Stephenson has gone up one place, putting himself in about 5th or 6th at the moment. 140 feet or 34.7 meters for those of you monitoring the scores in the metric system. Here we go, Colton Stephenson, one last attempt. Let's see what he has. There we go, a little better position-wise, but still not taking full advantage of everything that Mastercraft would deliver, power-wise. Coming in a little bit flat in towards the base and hitting the jump at around about the bottom middle. Ideally, you want to try and hit the ramp at about 18 inches to the left-hand side of that bottom right-hand corner, and then continue edging beyond that towards the top left-hand corner. Colton Stephenson, the jump distance should be there and thereabouts for him. Okay, that is 34.5 or 113 feet. Next after Colton Stephenson, we'll have Parker Scholl, and we'll join him in just a moment.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry. You'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
All right, we're now down to about our last of 3 or 4 jumpers in these national championships in the men's one jumping event. Watching that towboat come into the course here and now. This is Parker Scholl. whose best jump on average is 135 feet. Here he comes, Parker Scholl, jump number 1. Oh, and getting pulled in towards the bottom right-hand corner. Will need to improve his time in between now and then and the end. My name is Tony Lightfoot. He is Troy Zollner. He's got slalom. I've got jump. Got these between now and the end. And we've also got the subscribe button on the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube site. Go over there, subscribe, and also hit the bell icon a couple of times to be informed of the latest developments on that YouTube channel, as well as the latest live events as they come on stream. Parker Scholl not recording a jump distance on jump number 1. We'll see what he's got for the remaining 2 jumps. All right, here we go. Whoa, this is a late approach for Parker Scholl, from the sublime to the ridiculous. Wow. A little early on the first jump, a little too late on this second jump. Let's see if he can meet somewhere in the middle. Passing up on jump number 2. It was very clear that he wasn't going to get onto the ramp. And we'll join him on the flip side of these. All right then, here comes Parker Scholl. First 2 jumps he refused. One of them too early, the other one too late. Let's see. Here's the middle ground. Let's see if, oh my word, and he hits the bottom right-hand corner and is sent into a back somersault into the landing. He won't land a distance. He won't score. But just take a look at this on the instant replay. Parker Scholl getting pulled in. Oh my word. Poof.
Parker Scholl taking one heck of a crash over there on the jump, like he almost did a full flip.
We're going to take a look at this one last time for Parker Scholl as they fix to fish him out of the water after this jump. Hopefully he's not too hurt, but wow. Big old attempt there from Parker Shaw. Not too sure whether that's him swimming under his own power, but looks like much of his equipment has been scattered over a wide area. And thankfully, he held onto the handle long enough to where it was pulled away from any potential flying debris. But he is alert and conversing with the officials. And while that is happening, we'll step aside and return with any news that we may have on Parker Shaw. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with them, a good relationship with the company, and I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
went back to the dock, checked him out, so Parker's doing just fine. Let's move on to Sonoma, California. Curtis Williams out on the water now. Fellow announcer helping out up here with our jump commentating just a couple of days ago. Curtis, real nice guy, originally from New Zealand.
All right then, skier on the water, originally from New Zealand and a naturalized U.S. citizen, able to ski in these championships. This is Curtis Williams, residing in Southern California these days. Let's see what he's got with the jumps that he has at his disposal. Curtis Williams. Here he comes. Jump number one, Curtis Williams. Turns away, turns in towards the jump. A little bit heavy on the backs of those jumpers. And a decent effort there on the first jump of three. Coming across the wake, looking in good position, and then just legs collapsed out from underneath him. And just continuing to fall out the back, but thankfully he had enough presence of mind to arrest too much of that motion. So a decent looking first jump there for Curtis Williams, but see him ascend up the leaderboard too high. Curtis Williams. Okay, so it's 132 feet or 40.1 meters. Actually, exactly a dead heat with Colin Frucci with the same distance, 132 feet, and that is a two-way tie for third right now.
How about you? I'm headed back to Florida for school. You're under. Are you doing that? No, I can't ski. I'm too old. But how old are you?
So here we are now. This is Curtis Williams, jump number two. Let's see if he can get it all together.
Are you flying back, or did you guys drive? Ready to drive.
The turn, the position, the rise off the ramp, and the flight.
Driving to Seattle?
Here he comes, Curtis Williams, jump number two. Still a little bit out the back, but marginally further forward to take full advantage of that Mastercraft boat with the 6.2 liter Ilmor engine. He's okay with jump number two. And rising up a little bit further, taking third place outright.
All right, 140 on that jump number two, so he puts him into second place right now. He's a number 4 seed, so that means he is definitely on the podium.
Okay, so rising up to second place now, 140 feet or 42.8. That puts him within 0.6 of a meter of Andre Broussard right now, who is the current leader with 142 feet. And Andre Broussard finding himself in a rather surprising position right now. He's the leader with, 3 competitors left. Could well find himself in the top 5 if things stay the way they are. Here comes Curtis Williams, last jump. That one is going to be a lot better. He connects with that one, but is that going to be enough for a couple of feet more to supersede Andre Broussard's 142? He gets the turn, he gets the position. Yes, a little bit more over his skis, but still slipping out a little bit on the jump, and you kind of get the feeling that he lost a good dose of his distance as a result. However, he still retains a good chunk of that distance. Okay, so the distance coming through, it is 151 feet or 46 meters exactly, 46.0 for Curtis Williams. He is your new leader. And I believe by that stretch of the imagination, with 3 competitors left to go, he has put himself in among the top 5 placements. So well done there to Curtis Williams. All right then, 3 competitors left. We got Alex Gaharin coming up next, and then we got Fletcher Holm and Garrett Stallings. All that to come in the next few minutes. My name is Tony Lyford. He is Troy Zollner. Troy is calling for the slalom. I'm calling the jump as part of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. And on the water is Alex Gaharin. We're down to our final 3 competitors in the Men's 1 National Jump Championship. A little over half an hour's more coverage to go, with Alex Gaharin, the first of our remaining 3 jumpers, at least according to this list. Here comes Alex with 3 jumps at his disposal. Turning a little bit early now, directing his skis directly at the ramp surface. Oh, and beauty of a lift there. That one has got to take the lead. Just on that sheer element alone. Got more height off the top of the jump than anyone I've seen so far. Men's 1 jump progressing to a thrilling conclusion. 2 more competitors to go after him. And Alex Gaharin setting the stall out with an impressive looking jump. And it is 156 feet, 156, 47.5. That ensures him a spot on the top 3 of the podium with 2 competitors remaining. So Alex Gaharin. So here we are with Alex Gaharin. Boat straightening up around the South Island and now working our way north with Alex Gaharin. Some of you are probably wondering why we're not hitting that ramp. The change in the wind direction, blowing in from the north, necessitating that we change direction. And they're hitting this ramp, facing north. And looking good, though, with that particular effort. Some of the best jumping that you'll see from this competition was in the 2021 Morley US Open. You'll find that player from last night still very much available with the coverage, but just not getting everything that he wanted to on that particular attempt. Alex Gaharin. He certainly got the height and everything associated with it, but the jump distance, to be fair for him, won't be nearly as long as the first jump distance. 132 feet on jump number 2, 132 on jump number 2. His biggest jump so far is 156 or 47.5. So here we go. The South, OJ Prop Island, for our Mastercraft to turn round. And here we go. One last time for Alex Gaharan. He's already on the podium with 2 skiers remaining, waiting in the wings to attack his new lead distance of 156 feet. Here he comes, jump number 3. Oh yeah, better pull off the top of the jump. And keeping him up in the air for as long as he can. That is Alex Gaharan. Just turned and pointed his ski straight towards the jump and just developed his leverage off the second wake. A little bit of a shunt out towards the back, but nothing he hasn't experienced before. And is able to land and ride that one out. So, decent effort there for Alex Gaharan as he skis into the dock. And that is 3 jumps courtesy of Alex. Distance coming through, it's a 152, 152 feet on jump number 3, which is 46.4. That is about 1.1 meters behind his best jump, which is a 156. So it really was truly hottest, the hottest on the first. And now we're down to our penultimate competitor in the men's jump competition in men's 1. There you see Vincent Stadelbauer behind the switching computer for the jump event, and also over there towards the end of the trailer, that was Kelvin Kelmer with the 1s and the 2s, with Troy Zollner calling the slalom event. All right. A healthy crowd and good support and participation abound here at the water's edge. A big shout out must be given to all the organizing folks for making this Nationals possible. Still under cautious circumstances, what with the pandemic going on and other events in relation to, as we bring on Fletcher Holm into the jumping course. All right then, so our penultimate competitor, we believe, is Fletcher Holm. See what he's got. It looks like he's going to pull out to the left-hand side for the full double cut. This will allow him to slingshot from here to the right-hand side to get as wide as possible. Now up alongside the towboat, now waiting for his opportunity to turn for that ramp. Oh, nice. Positioning absolutely immaculate off the top of the jump. And that should be enough to give him the lead. And if remain unchallenged with our last competitor, could be enough for the win. Fletcher Holm on jump number 1 should have enough to send him over 160 feet on jump number 1. However, on jump number 1, it's 46.6. 46.6 meters on jump number 1, or the equivalent of 153 feet for Fletcher Holm. So 153, jump number 1, battling against 156 feet. He's going to have to come up with a jump 1.1 meters more at the very least to take the lead and quite possibly the win. Fletcher Holm with a 153. So far as his best average is concerned, well, not much more than that, I'm afraid, coming into this event with an average of 156 feet. So, skiing right up to his capability, but he's going to need to come away with something really substantive. Oh, look at that! Wow, and tumbling out at the front. Got the skis exactly where he wanted them to be off the top of the jump. Some great air form, but unfortunately as he came into land, the skis weren't brought back together and he just dived right in between. Good float off the top. He came into land, skis got trapped, and they got him sending. And they sent him directly over the front of the jump skis. So, that is Fletcher Holm, and we will return very soon.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
Okay, so Fletcher Holm already vaulted himself into the top 2 placements in respect to the leaderboard right now. We've got Alex Gaharan in the lead with a 156. Fletcher Holm currently in second with a 153. Curtis Williams with a 151. Andre Broussard, 142, and Hunter Duffy with a 135. Those are your top 5 right now. 2 competitors remaining, actually including Fletcher Holm. So Hunter Duffy hanging on to a top 5 spot for dear life. The top 4 that we see right now all guaranteed a spot on the podium right now. Here we go. Let's see what he's got on jump number 3. Let's see. Better looking jump. Does he hold it together with the landing? Yes, he does. Is that going to be enough to be over 160 feet? It certainly looks pretty good for that roundabout now.
So confirmation 6 at 28 off there for Robert Morris. He's going to be...
So wonderful, wonderful competition here in the men's one jumping contest for the national title. Our last jumping action that we will see in this national championship.
Hank Longo just said WWF.
35 off right now, so Robert Morris.
47.3 or 155 feet. 155 feet, clawing a little bit more of the deficit, but not enough to supersede Alex Gaharin, actually falling short by 0.2 of a meter. So Fletcher Holm holding on to second place. And now our next competitor, our very, very last competitor to ski on Lake 2 in these national championships. The 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. Barring any late developments, our very last skier to take to the water with that honor is Garrett Stallings. So Garrett Stallings, who has been training and instructing recently at the Bennett Waterski and Wakeboard School in Zachary, Louisiana. Doing a fine job there. And he's been training quite well for these national championships. We'll see how things pan out for him with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal.
Money pass. Pretty good 1 ball. Can he get a good 2 ball? He's stretched out going over to 3. He's still going for 4.
All right, here we go. Jump number 1. 3 jumps to determine the men's 1 national jump title. Here he comes. Garrett Stallings. The wind started to pick up a little bit, and that might have taken him a little bit by surprise. Garrett Stallings, jump number 1. Decent speed off the turn. And gotten pulled right over his right ski coming off the top. Didn't get everything he really wanted to on jump number 1. So we await the distance for Garrett Stallings. All right, Garrett Stallings on jump number 1 has done enough for the win. It's 165 feet, 165 for Garrett Stallings, top banana. He is your winner in your men's 1 jump event. He's got 2 attempts remaining. So the top 5 are set, with Andre Broussard in 5th, Curtis Williams in 4th, Fletcher Holm in 3rd, Alex Gaharin in 2nd, and Garrett Stallings, your winner in the men's 1, and he still has 2 attempts remaining.
3 1/4, 35 off.
Here we go. Now, Garrett Stallings, certainly motivated to jump further because the overall title is very much in play as well. So he's got to try and jump as far as he can with the remaining 2 jumps, and I think he might well have added to his 165-foot opening jump, averaging around 180 feet coming into this competition, and would seriously love to come away with a distance a lot on that range. Has been pushing distances very close to 185 feet, 190 in practice. Have seen him in practice in recent and looking very, very strong in that regard. So it is a 175, 175 feet there for Garrett Stallings. 175 feet or 53.2 meters. All right, so barring any late developments, this is the final action that you will see in the jumping event on Lake 2. We thank the officials, we thank the organizers, we thank everyone concerned, the Surday family, the multitudes of volunteers, the vendors, the sponsors, the officials, and most of all, the skiers. And indeed you, the fans that have been watching for the last 7 days. Here we go. Garrett Stallings, one last attempt. Up and over. Will land and ride that jump out. 3 consistently long leaps behind that Mastercraft towboat with the 6.2 litre Ilmore marinized engine. Over 450 horsepower's worth of power coming into the base of that jump. And Garrett Stallings, he'll be back into the shore, and I'm sure that he will be glad that he jumped that particular distance. So the disc coming through any moment for Garrett Stallings is a 184, 184 feet or 56.2 meters. To round off what has been an absolutely scintillating national championships. Wow. Some great skiing there. There's your winner, Garrett Stallings, in the men's 1 national jump championship. To stay on track with the overall competition, go to waterskiresults.com to find out more about the latest positions in these championships. And we're going to take a look at the overall championship in the men's 1, see if that's made a huge dent and huge difference. And Garrett Stallings has won with his overall points total of 37.5, ahead of Brett Stackpole, Alex Gaharin, Hunter Duffy, and Fletcher Holm in the top 5 in the overall. Here's your men's 1 jump rankings. Garrett Stallings with a 184, Alex Gaharin with a 156, Fletcher Holm in third with 155, Curtis Williams with a 151, and Andre Broussard in 5th place with a 142. Those are your jump rankings, and you'll find out more by going to waterskiresults.com. Whew. Well, what a week. Absolutely. Has had its highs, had 2 lows, and everything in between. But thank you very much for tuning in. You've been a great audience. We'll see you next year at the 80th National Waterski Championships, title sponsored by Goode. But the next live event that you will see will be the Syndicate Hilltop Pro Slalom, taking place next weekend. You can find out more about that event by going to the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube presence. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit that bell icon a couple of times as well. Also go to waterskibroadcasting.com to find out more about TWBC. I've been your host, Tony Lightfoot. You've been a great audience. Make sure you stay tuned again for the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am and also the other events coming up afterwards, the IWWF U17 World Championships, the U21 Championships, the Elite Worlds, the Mastercraft Pro, the Malibu Open, the Greater Miami Pro-Am Slalom, and many more events coming down the track. My name is Tony Lightfoot. We still got live coverage of the slalom event taking place on Lake 1. But in the meantime, it is ciao for now.